Welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host Gwen. With me, as always, is Jared. And yeah, it's been a couple weeks.
Mhm.
We've been off on vacations and taking a hiatus.
Well, you know what? We have a tendency to go for long stretches without taking a break. So every so often, it's nice to have a couple weeks. Although in this case, it was not just our deciding to take time off. We had plans. You know, you went on what sounds like a very fun cruise with your family up to
Yeah,
Alaska, and I got to go see my dear friend Raleigh get married in Delaware. So and reconnect with a bunch of my old residency friends. So yeah, we were out there living life, you know, but we're also happy to be back talking about one of our great passions in life, which is movies.
yeah, yeah, and it was. I I had a really great time. In some respects, even better than I was expecting to have, which is nice. And yeah, let me think about what's been going on besides that the couple weeks to like catch people up, because one of the big things from the past number of weeks we'll be talking about today. But I'm trying to think about what else has been going on. I mean, no, it's just the trip. I got to do a lot of fun stuff and got to see my family, which was great. And I just yeah, it was a nice fun time. And yeah, but it's just it is nice to be back because I just sometimes like you get some time away from home and then you're like, oh, but it's nice to have my creature comforts back of like your own personal bed and familiar things around the house. But that said, I was really digging the you know 24-hour pizza buffet on the cruise ship. So
Yeah, I think if Odysseus had had access to a 24-hour pizza buffet, he wouldn't have minded taking so long to get home. Although, you know, spending 7 years eating lotus flowers with Calypso, pretty nice too.
yeah, yeah, we're gonna get into all that and more. But yeah, I mean, has anything like what's been aside from your trip, like what has been going on for you?
No, I mean, just work, always work. Plus, as I said, it was really nice when I went to the wedding to reconnect with a couple of my good friends from residency who I hadn't seen in a couple of years. And you know, we made promises to stay in touch, which, you know, we always have to make sure we hold ourselves to that when life gets
Yeah,
busy. But in the past week, I feel like I've been keeping up on that. And in the meantime, I've just been trying to take in, you know, some movies and TV shows, like, for instance, House of the Dragon. Rhaenyra Targaryen's reign is going absolutely swimmingly in
yeah,
Westeros right now.
yeah. No notes. Like it's all smooth sailing.
I'm sure tonight will just be an absolute another banner in her flag of great ruling achievements, because I think we're gonna get Tumbleton tonight, and we all know what a big happy day that is for her.
Yeah. To be honest, like I haven't even been watching because like we got to the second episode and she won, right?
Yeah, and
Like
and and yeah,
that was pretty much
and
the end.
yeah, and as people always said about Robert Baratheon, you know, winning a kingdom and ruling a kingdom are exactly the same thing and require exactly the same skill set. Oh no, I'm being told no, that is not the case.
Yeah, I've been watching that. I've been watching X-Men 97, which I've been loving just because it's fills my little geeky heart with joy, like getting to relive the just those childhood feelings while also having the show like rip my guts out. Being able to do things that like they would never have allowed a kid show in the 90s to do, and I'm like, but why? And they just like unveiled at the end of the last episode, I won't spoil, but like something that is sure to just hurt so much, and I'm not ready for it. But
Well, we know that that show also delights in breaking people's hearts, so so it'll be par for the course.
yeah. Um, but yeah, so let's just dive into it. We are talking about one of the biggest films of the year this week. Which, quick note, we should say that we had originally planned on coming back from a break and launching straight into Outlander season 4. But and we probably could have seen this coming. Like the Odyssey, had such a big impact on us, and it is kind of the movie of the moment. So, like, we were like, we don't want to push that off until later. We had to have that be the topic for our return, but we will get to the next season of Outlander next week. So
We will, and but I think it was highly appropriate for us to return with the Odyssey because it is such a not only smashing financial success, but it really feels like one of the movies that has united our kind of sometimes fractured public discourse, and in the sense that people
has
want
it?
to talk about it. What by united I mean people be talking about it, and
Yeah.
when the for good or for ill, mostly for good, and then there are the usual bad faith actors, plus the occasional academic who has probably trying to shoot her shot. But I would say for the most part, like just seeing the overwhelmingly positive response and the overwhelmingly positive response that we had to it, we felt like we had to strike while the iron was hot. And as much as I, have been loving our Outlander discussions, given that the show is over, they're not exactly time sensitive, so we can afford to push it a week.
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah. So as we said, we'll go ahead and just go ahead and put the poster. We are talking about the Odyssey, as we've said, and like this is a movie that like has been so insanely anticipated. Like tickets went on sale a year in advance, and sold out
Yep.
for the 70 millimeter IMAX showings. Um, which and not surprising. And I would have, if I had known I was going to be near an IMAX 70 millimeter theater the week that this came out, I would have bought some of those tickets in advance. But I did not know that. I did not know that the timing was going to work out, that I was going to be in Vancouver, and that there was going to be such a theater near me. But lucky for me, there was also another theater nearby, um, which was offering good old fashioned, lower on the totem pole, 70 millimeter like scope. I really had to slum it there. Um, and I got to actually go see the film in that format, which even though, I say that, tipping my cap to all the extraordinarily obnoxious people online who have been going on about how if you don't see this movie in 70 millimeter IMAX, you have not actually seen the real movie. And to that, I say, fuck you. Because I got to see this in glorious 70 millimeter at a beautiful theater in Vancouver, um, called the Park Theater, which is a sort of classic, old fashioned movie theater with one screen. And they were showing the film in 70 millimeter. And the theater actually just recently got revived. Apparently, it was on the verge of closing, and they got some new investors last year, and who basically, it is my understanding that they not so much renovated the theater itself, but certainly the projector. They, you know, um, restored it. And let me tell you, the film looked freaking glorious. I do have like a couple pictures from, I was there, and I did want to share some of the stuff with you guys because I thought it was a pretty amazing experience. And just look at that projector. Like I was very happy with that shot. That is magical. And then I got my dad to take a picture of me standing next to the poster right in front of the theater with, of course, my Star Wars Episode 1 t-shirt, which, was another big theatrical experience for me in my youth. So um, but yeah, like that was incredibly magical for me, and I'm so happy I got to do it. I think it was a wonderful way to experience this film for the first time. And am I, you know, just showing off to you, Jared, and maybe rubbing some salt in the wound? Maybe. Um,
You
a
know
little bit.
what? It is what it is. I did get to see the movie before you, Gwen, so I kind of invited that on myself when I basically
Yeah.
when gloated that I had had the opportunity to see it and talking about what a masterpiece I thought it was. And yes, our friend Brady points out this movie has been a really good exercise in productive and unproductive literary criticism. We will certainly touch on that later,
Yeah.
without allowing the conversation to get derailed into too much negativity. But I will say that I've had the opportunity to see the movie twice, and can absolutely say that irrespective of seeing it in the so-called normal non-preferred format, movie still rocks. Movie still looks great.
Yeah.
And it is my hope that I will have the chance to see it at 70 millimeter at some point because, as I've mentioned, there is no IMAX theater near where I live in Monterey. The closest one is in San Jose, and which is about a 90-minute drive for me. And so it is an ordeal to drive 90 minutes to see a 3-hour movie and then with a half an hour of previews and then drive home. That's a full day excursion. So there will be a time when I do it. I actually did look, and shockingly, there were tickets at the 70 millimeter IMAX screening, but they were in the very front row. And I was like, you know what? I can
Yeah. Well, yeah, when I say there were no tickets available at the IMAX theater that was near there, what I mean is there were no good seats. Um, sorry, there is nothing on earth that would get me to purchase seats in the front row of a genuine IMAX theater. Hell, I wouldn't even do it at a digital IMAX theater. Which is considerably smaller. You're still like looking straight up at the screen. And I was actually having a discussion with this about my dad. Like he saw a news story where somebody was like going to another country to see the Odyssey in 70 millimeter IMAX, and he's like, well, "Why would you do that? There were tickets at the one by where we were," and I'm like, "Yeah, the front row tickets where you're staring straight up at the screen." And he's like, "Well, still, that'd be better than leaving the country." I'm like, "No."
Well, that is
Like
kind
that,
of fun. That's funny considering you did leave the country to see it in
yeah,
seven.
exactly. Yeah. um so like, yeah, it's, yeah, for those of you at home, don't buy IMAX tickets in the front row. That is not a recipe for a good experience.
Yeah,
So yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I see our friend Brady said that he got to see it in 70 millimeter, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Brady lives in Los Angeles, so he's got they've
Yeah.
got more opportunities there. But
Yeah. um I do, before we dive into the movie itself, I do want to touch on like my experience, because this was the first film I ever got to see in 70 millimeter, and I have to say, like, I was just blown away by I because it's not like, I didn't see it in IMAX, so I didn't get like the gigantic screen experience. Um, so I questioned, like, I knew I was going to be impressed because, hey, it's 70 millimeter film. And my mind was just focused on the detail of the image, and I was like, I'm going to notice that. It's going to be, maybe my dad won't notice it, but I will. What I was not expecting, and it actually really sort of, it surprised me that I was surprised by this, given how much of a cinephile I am. But the experience of going to see the film after years of watching films on digital, and then even before that, sort of substandard film projectors, like, in my hometown, uh, I was not prepared for how bright the image was on 70 millimeter film. And we're talking like it reminded me of like HDR and Dolby Vision. And it suddenly occurred to me that, oh, this is why filmmakers are so crazy about that format, because it's kind of the first time in home video that filmmakers have actually been able to deliver that, the sort of the brightness and the black levels and, that stuff, that in a, format like this, with a proper, you know, you know, restored 70 millimeter projector, that how it can look in the theater. And it suddenly makes sense why they've been, why they pushed the format so hard, and why filmmakers were really, happy about it. And I was just shocked, because I was like, I didn't know that projected film actually could look like that. And so it was just like a jaw-dropping experience. So even though it was like maybe not as big of a screen as I would have liked to see the Odyssey on, it didn't matter, because the actual quality of the image was just so out of this world amazing that I was blown away by it. And then just the atmosphere of sitting in a theater like that, and an older cinema with, a packed house, uh and then all the previews before the film were for independent films, which was really great. And so yeah, it was just a very unique experience that I'm never going to forget. uh and this was a wonderful movie to see that way, because in a way it made it feel more, um I don't know, it almost made it feel more mythological in a way, because film is such a tactile thing, and uh, and it just made it all feel more real. And uh, yeah, so if anybody has the chance to see the Odyssey in 70 millimeter, whether that's the way I saw it in the IMAX format, whatever, take it, because it's a wonderful experience.
Yeah, and
So yeah,
the thing about it being as you said, a very tactile film, that not only goes for like kind of what you get to see when you're watching it on the screen, but it is a testament to how they made the movie, not
yeah,
only like in terms of the shooting everything in camera, and this obviously was the first film ever to be shot entirely with IMAX 70 millimeter cameras, but also just it is part of the story of how the movie was made. I remember watching a 60 Minutes story on Christopher Nolan's making of the Odyssey before 60 Minutes went to hell, about not only the process, the process of devising an entirely new system for the camera to essentially silence it so that they could film dialogue scenes, but then also the actual laborious process of physically cutting the 70 millimeter IMAX film together by hand in the one place in Los Angeles that is still capable of producing that film. And it is a testament to like the amount of work and dedication that, is, goes on not only behind the scenes, but in terms of the commitment of the visionary behind it, one man, Christopher Nolan. Because we've said this before about Christopher Nolan movies such as Oppenheimer, but it has never been more true than for this film, The Odyssey. This is a film that in this day only one person alive could have gotten made in this way, and that is Christopher Nolan. He is the king on the mountaintop right now because of his established track record of box office success and his tendency, his connections in the entertainment industry, like, with actors who want to work with him, studios who trust him, and will give him, effectively a blank check to make the movie of his dreams on the backs of his smashing success of his Best Picture winning Oppenheimer, a movie that was also considered a risk. for the format and the way he made it, and he wrote that to a tune of $975 million and 13 Oscar nominations and 7 wins, including for Best Picture and Best Director. And the fact that he chose to follow it up with an even more ambitious movie, and made with a $250 million budget, for a story that had never been adapted at this scale before, and shot in an entirely new way. It is the equivalent, if you will permit me to use a sports analogy, Gwen, of a slugger stepping up to the plate calmly, facing down, an all-star caliber pitcher, very calmly pointing to center field, then taking the first pitch and hitting the ball 500 feet completely out of the stadium into the parking lot, and then the ball leaving a smoking crater in the parking lot because it just has that much juice. That is what he did with this movie. The fact that it is, not only his highest, it's going to be his highest grossing movie. It's made $911 million already. It's on track for, I think, $1.5 billion. It is one of his highest reviewed movies ever. It has some of his highest audience scores ever. And as mentioned, it seems to have, seized the cultural zeitgeist and become, like a once in a decade kind of achievement. So I think that when I walked out of the theater, my reaction was that for me, this is an instant best of the decade contender. That's not to say I think it will ultimately be my favorite movie of the decade. I need to rewatch it several more times before I can say that. But I can say definitively, when I'm compiling my list of favorite movies of the decade in 2029, 2030, this movie will be considered among those contenders. I haven't had as euphoric a reaction walking out of a first viewing since 2017's Blade Runner 2049. And I think this movie, because I obviously adored Oppenheimer, but even as much as I loved Oppenheimer, wasn't like this blown away after my very first view of the movie. And on the second viewing, it absolutely holds up. So obviously, we're going to be showering praise on every aspect of it, but I would just want to get it out of the way that sometimes when we talk about movies that we love, they are, very, personal and special to us. But I do think that to the extent you can say such a thing about a, subjective piece of art, this is a just special movie with capital letters.
Yeah, it's, and this is a fool's errand because the way I feel about Christopher Nolan films is, to borrow a line from, to paraphrase from Kill Bill, if you're going to compare a Christopher Nolan film, you compare it to every other film that wasn't directed by Christopher Nolan. So I feel skittish about doing the comparison game. For me, I think Oppenheimer is still his masterpiece. Mm-hmm. And probably the film that I was most blown away by. But as we discussed, I think a few days ago, I think that this might end up being his most important film, and arguably his greatest achievement. And when I say that, I think Oppenheimer probably still comes out on this is very high up. It's in the upper echelon of Christopher Nolan movies for me, without a doubt. And I think what's so great about this film, beyond its own qualities, which is, as you said, nobody else in this day and age can make a movie like this, except I think Denis Villeneuve is in that category, but he doesn't have the, what's the word, he wouldn't be able to convince the studio to let him make a movie like this. He can get close. I think he has to be a lot more sort of creative with his choices in terms of like how he is going to. Christopher Nolan can just say, "Yeah, I want to go out and film all this stuff for real." I don't think Denis Villeneuve can quite do that. He can say, "I want to film a lot for real," but they're also going to, use visual effects to like, um, I almost feel like Christopher Nolan would be able to say, "Yeah, I want to go out and actually find Arrakis."
Yeah.
Um, but what I mean to say is that Christopher Nolan is very much in a sort of a league of his own, and in this modern era of filmmaking. And so I don't think anybody else could have made this movie in this way. And um, so there's the quality of the film itself, but there's also, and I'm going to catch the rage of, um, the literary critics, shall we say. But I think he's added to the legacy of the Odyssey in a really important way. Because this is, for me, it's more than just a typical adaptation. It's adding a new dimension to the story that I don't think has been tackled before. And that's a pretty big uh not only accomplishment, but also a really big swing when you're tackling the Odyssey. I think because so often in any version of the Odyssey, the focus will be on the hubris of Odysseus and in terms of his dynamic with the gods and his pride um, and the gods sort of taking him down a peg. And there certainly is that element in this version of the story, but even more than that, um, it's about what his choice in the Trojan War, the you know as as we all know, the trick of the Trojan horse, what that does to the world, the fact that it effectively breaks the world, and the guilt that he feels over that. And I don't feel like any prior version of the Odyssey, and I could be wrong, but I don't feel like anybody else has really tackled that as a theme. And it's a theme that, like, as Game of Thrones fans, we're primed for this kind of theme because it digs into stuff like the Red Wedding and and guest rights and all that wonderful stuff. But you don't expect normally to find it in the Odyssey because the Odyssey is always about, oh, wasn't Odysseus so clever to do this thing? And we don't ever really think about the moral implications of it. We just sort of applaud his ingenuity. And I feel like this is the first time that there's a different angle on that. And the fact that what he did was actually, um, at least in his eyes, a great, you know, um, transgression, a sin, and he feels guilt over that. And I just remember in that final, in that montage, near the end of the film when he's speaking to Penelope and we're seeing those scenes of Troy and he's talking about this, I was just floored because it was not something I was expecting. I was not expecting the film to go there. And um, and for me, I think it's one of the great achievements of this film, the fact that it allows us to look at these events in a different light. And I think that whether certain, you know, lovers of Homer are happy about it or not, I think this is going to have a real lasting impact on how viewers and readers interpret the story of the Odyssey.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of filmmakers dream about like doing something that is going to like change the form, so to speak. And I think Christopher Nolan has at least done that in terms of the Odyssey, in sort of really affecting, I think, how this story and the character of Odysseus will be viewed moving forward. And that's not a small thing. I think it's pretty fucking incredible.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that makes the movie special, is the fact that it is very personal, the lens through which Christopher Nolan tells this story that is a very universal story. And as Brady says very wisely, it's a take that's very much connected to our modern world, which it has to be, because this is a story that's being told for a modern audience. The original epic poem was told in oral tradition for audiences of the ancient world. And obviously things have changed a great deal since then. And I think when we kind of make oblique references to our dissatisfaction with the way certain academics and literary analysts have approached this adaptation, mainly Emily Watson's, rather scorching take.
Wilson.
Emily Wilson, yes. That Joyce Carol Oates called her out for. I think it's.
I'll let you finish your thought, then I want to say something.
But just it's the fact that coming from where she's coming from, Emily Wilson, is a translator of these ancient works, and the point of translation is to be as close and as faithful to the original text as possible, while also updating the language, and so that it can be understood by a modern audience, which is very much what Nolan is doing here. He just is doing it in a different medium, a different art form, and film needs to rely on a different language, and it has to process emotions differently, and it also has to, frankly, sometimes make changes in order to do that. And I think where the bad faith comes in is the idea that people don't understand that the necessity of that. And then there's just a simple misreading of some of the interpretations, like the fact that Wilson basically said this movie is not like anti-war enough. And I'm like, are you kidding me? But it's the thing of them is that what really kind of sticks in my craw about it is the idea that people feel the need to like stand up to defend the integrity of this original text. And I'm like, no authors in history have ever needed their integrity less defended than Homer. One, because Homer was not a singular individual, and two, they've been dead for thousands of years. So, like, there is being offended on the behalf of Homer or of the ancient Greeks, as a certain billionaire has been for his own twisted reasons. It's just not approaching the movie with good faith as we seek to do. You can have legitimate criticisms of it, but when you are not actually trying to meet the movie at its, intentions, then you really risk, invalidating your own perspective, even if you have something legitimate to say. And so I'll let you go.
Yeah, I'm a bit conflicted about this. I did not like the I should say the fragments of her review that I saw, because I don't think I could bring myself to actually read the whole thing. But also I'm very, like, she's free to speak her mind about it. And like, I know that like there was a lot of right wing bullshit slung her way because she was a female, a woman who dared to tackle translating Homer. Oh my God, how dare she? So like, I think, and the fact that Nolan himself, based, uh, a lot of what he did on this film on her translation, and uh, so like, I don't want to just dismiss her like, you know, as if saying she shouldn't speak her mind about it. I actually think that, people who have authors who have translated, the Odyssey have a unique viewpoint on the story and should feel free to, voice their opinions. The stuff that I'm a bit more critical of with her was related to the fact that most of what she had to say seemed less to do with the film as an adaptation of Homer and more just with her gripes with Nolan as a filmmaker in general. And so I don't know, like, like at that point, you're just another, um, you just become another hater on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't, I don't know how like professional that was. And, anybody like I said, anybody's free to, voice their opinions. I just think it's a symptom of our culture, honestly. And the fact that, uh, anybody bashing something is going to get, you know, retweeted and all that. And because she was somebody who, people view with some authority on the subject of the Odyssey, um, it was then like a sort of lightning rod for other people who take issue with Nolan's filmmaking to then hold it up and be like, see. And I just don't really have time for that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, it's yeah. So she's free to voice her opinion, but we're also free to have our opinion on it, on what she had to say. And I don't
Yep.
necessarily think, uh, you know, I don't know. I think she could have done a lot better
I,
in
I
in the words she chose to use for the film.
Yeah, and the thing is that like obviously she is welcome to her opinion, and she certainly does not need to feel like obligated to glaze the movie because like it's boosting her book sales, as some have suggested. Like, no. It's the fact of the matter is that like if you are offering up your opinion on a piece of art, like people are free to offer their opinion on your opinion, and I will just state out front that my opinion on Emily Wilson's take on the Odyssey is that I found it neither interesting nor insightful. And I found, in fact, that she, in certain respects, didn't have what I considered to be a actual strong thematic understanding of the cinematic art form and what it's trying to do. That is
Yeah,
my
I
opinion.
just but I agree with you in the sense that like I don't understand how anybody could watch this and say it's not sufficiently anti-war. Because I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that does not make any sense to me.
Yeah. And the thing is that like one kind of uh, uh, there has been a lot of actual like writing and discussion about the movie that I have found interesting and insightful. I watched an interview with Christopher Nolan conducted actually by a Chinese journalist who pointed out like some of the changes that he made to the context of this movie, including the fact that Homer very much, because at the time that this was written, this was kind of the Greece was a civilization like on the rise, and so that it takes kind of a very much more like triumphant tone towards a lot of like Odysseus's accomplishments. Sing to me, O Muse, of Odysseus's like great accomplishments. And the fact of the matter is that Nolan kind of interrogates and reframes a lot of those uh, those accomplishments in an incredibly interesting way, which is one of the things that actually I think makes the movie work, because we are kind of in an era where it is, we are facing what we feel is a civilization that is in certain respects teetering on the edge. And in our case, like the idea of, the idea of this great man, like we have a tendency to want to challenge and interrogate that trope, because we know that human beings are flawed. And this is a story where, you know, in the original text, like, many of the heroes are basically blessed by the gods and given the ability to do things beyond what mortal men we think should be able to do. And this is a movie where the gods are very present, but they are present in a very different and much more naturalistic and, I think, you know, haunting and effective way. But mostly it is where the entry point that no one found for the story, because I'm far from the first person to make this observation, but this movie actually, I think, makes for an incredible, like, thematic double feature with his previous film Oppenheimer. And that's not just because they were made back to back, but because they of essentially the lens through which Nolan chooses to look at these two great men, one of history and J. Robert Oppenheimer, and one of legend and myth and Odysseus. And that is basically the idea of the great man who, through their great achievement in many respects, broke the world and the consequences of that. And you know, you would not necessarily think to pair those two together, but Christopher Nolan did. And the fact of the matter is that even if it's not, you know, the exact tone that the original epic poem takes when it talks about, you know, Odysseus, that is because that, I think, is a tone that needed to be essentially, you know, interrogated in a modern context, because telling a completely faithful version of the Odyssey in this day and age, frankly, would not have been as successful in this medium. Like, we have the original epic poem. It has endured for nearly 3,000 years, and it will endure long after, you know, we're all gone, hopefully. But Christopher Nolan was making his movie in 2026, and if you want the movie to resonate with modern audiences, you need to kind of, in many respects, reach into their psyche and kind of grasp a hold of the conflicts that are already brewing there. And I think that for many of us who feel that the world is in a kind of a dark and uncertain place, he managed to do that incredibly effectively. And that, I think, that is why this movie is resonating the way that it is.
Yeah, I don't know if it had to be done that way, but it was. And I think that, yeah, it's part of the reason why the film is resonating as strongly as it is. Yeah, it's very interesting, because you and I have had the conversation about the Oppenheimer Odyssey connection, and you know, and you were far from the only person to point that out. That I think that's been recognized by a lot of people, um and it's why. But interestingly, I remember, I think you said that before I had even gotten a chance to see the movie, and I was kind of like, that's kind of odd. I I don't know if I see that necessarily. And then I saw the film, and I was like, oh, okay. Now I see why. And it's because when you said that, I was thinking of the traditional, you know, story of the Odyssey, and the lens through which we typically view Odysseus, of, oh my, isn't he crafty? Um, it's interesting, because even something, you know, as maybe not recent, but like recent in terms of Homer adaptations, even something like Troy, where we've got Sean Bean as Odysseus, he comes up with the horse, and I'm like, he's freaking clever. That's that's what. And even though we see the tragedy that unfolds from the sacking of Troy in that film, we still don't lay it at Odysseus's feet. He just came up with the cool trick. Um, and I think it's because we've been so trained to view Odysseus in that way, and also some of us just love Sean Bean, so he's never going to do anything wrong. Even in Lord of the Rings, we're like, oh, poor Boromir. Um, so like, so yeah, it was really, and to my mind, it's, you know, a revolutionary take on the character, and why I think it's going to because it's undoubtedly like for I think at least for the next couple of generations at the very least, anybody who goes in to read the Odyssey is going to be thinking about this film.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have a really big impact. Yeah, no, I've been like really, it's like that connection has been driving me nuts the past number of weeks, because I actually did not know that he was going to direct Troy. But now I'm thinking of like, how would that have turned out? And then would we have gotten a version of the Odyssey to follow up with that with Sean Bean as Odysseus? And I'm like, I can't bear to think. But he may not even been Odysseus if Nolan had directed the film. So that's so it's not worth going there. In any case, I think this movie turned out about as perfect as one could expect, and this is not like, even if Nolan had gotten to do a follow up to his version of Troy that was the Odyssey, it would not have been this film. And so everything happens exactly the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, and including the other side of that coin, which is the fact that not only was Christopher Nolan originally attached to direct Troy, the director who ultimately made Troy, Wolfgang Peterson, at the time, the reason he wasn't going to direct Troy was because he was in negotiations to direct a Batman versus Superman movie, and which ended up falling through. And then, of course, what did Nolan end up doing instead of Troy? Batman Begins. So it ended up working out very well for Christopher Nolan. And even though I liked Troy quite a bit as a film, I actually rewatched it this week and was reminded of a number of things about how much I enjoy that movie. Also, not the least of which is just how insanely beautiful Rose Byrne is in that movie, and Saffron Burrows and Diane Kruger.
Yeah. I was going to say, don't. She's not the only one. I actually just purchased the new Arrow 4K remaster of that film, so I should be getting that sometime in the next week, and I can't wait. But yeah, no, it's so anyway, bottom line, we will talk about this much more as we go on, but I just, we haven't even gotten into any of the details of like, the performances and the technical stuff and all that, but I just felt it was really important to talk about sort of the big picture, what I feel like that this film brings, that like is just going to change, as I've said, change the perception of the Odyssey for a long time to come, I feel. And like I said, I think a lot of people won't be happy about that, but I certainly am, because I think only a filmmaker like Nolan could have achieved that. Like, and yeah, and so he'd probably be very humble about it, but because I think he tends to just chuckle whenever somebody tries to say, like, do you know how good this was, or do you know how good you are? And he just like rolls his eyes, which, you would hope he would. But even if he would be humble about it, I'm not going to be for him. I think it's a really big achievement what he has done with this, and the impact that it's going to have. And we haven't even talked about the impact it's going to have just on a filmmaking level, because putting aside the story itself, first film shot entirely in IMAX, and and then carrying forward, like, who would have ever dreamed, like, and I don't want to say like it's no CGI, because there is some CGI in the film, but the emphasis really is on practical effects and doing things that in a modern context you would never dream of trying practically, like the way they do the Cyclops, I just love. And even on repeat viewings, when I was like, as a filmmaking geek, I can see like how certain things in that sequence were done, but it doesn't take away from like how awe-inspiring it is. Um, and I just love that, and then all the stuff in the Cersei scene, which is some of the scariest shit on film I've seen in some time. Um, yeah, if you had told me something like that was in like a horror movie you were trying to get me to go see, I'd probably been like, no thanks. But it's in a Christopher Nolan adaptation of the Odyssey. Sign me up. Um, so like, there's just so much in this film, just on both the storytelling level and on a like technical level, that is just so just mind blowing, and such an achievement that I think like it's just going to have reverberations for years to come, or at least I hope it will. Um, I hope people you know, take lessons from what a lot of the stuff that this movie does.
Yeah.
We'll see if that comes to pass. But yeah, so that was one heck of a like may have been 50 minutes of overarching thoughts on the movie. But but it had to be done.
Yes, indeed.
Um so I'll just like that's basically been a lot of good talk about the themes and stuff. I guess we'll just jump right into talking about the performances, because I feel like that's something that maybe it'll go underappreciated about this movie. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it won't be. But I just feel like there's that risk. So I want to like heap praise, and I'm going to start off right at the top with Matt Damon. Partly because I was guilty of this myself when they announced him as Odysseus, and maybe it's because I never let go of Sean Bean as Odysseus, but like I was a little bit like, I'm not sure if that's the right call, but in retrospect, I don't know why I thought that, because um, you know I feel like Matt Damon sometimes gets a bum rap because he's a recognizable movie star. But the fact of the matter is, this isn't an actor who has, I feel, continually reinvented himself in Hollywood. And it may not seem that way because you always know it's Matt Damon, and he has such a charismatic personality. But, people have to remember that, like, you know, nobody saw him doing something like Jason Bourne when he did that. And that was such a shock. And it was such a, like, new territory for him. And so then all of a sudden he became like an action star, where before he was like the young actor who was doing dramas. And now I feel like he's become like a good character actor too, where he does like, after doing the, you know, heroism of Bourne, then he's in another Nolan film, Interstellar, where he's, you know, where they're banking on the fact that we like Matt Damon and he's always playing a really likable guy. And then he turns out to be, someone who's been in space too long and he's a coward. And then, to follow the Nolan filmography, he does Oppenheimer, where he's playing, a general and who's curmudgeonly. And I just like, I just think he's done a lot of different interesting things over his career, and I don't think he gets the respect that he deserves for that. Um, and I will say, I think this is his greatest performance. Um, I just was incredibly impressed with what he did, and uh, the sort of emotional range, and um, the sort of pain that he exhibits, and the loss and the regret. And there's a lot of moments where, he's playing the subtlety, but then rage comes out too, and pain, and um, I think, one of his qualities, as I've said, is the fact that, he is an actor who we want to like every time we see him on screen. And I actually think that really helps with Odysseus, particularly this interpretation of Odysseus, because um, he's done something for which he feels tremendous guilt, and through the way that he expresses that, it makes us feel his pain that he's done something terribly wrong, but we still love him, um, because of the way he plays the character of, someone who has this great regret. Um, and yeah, I thought he handled all the different range of emotions and the drama really well. Um, and then he also had little moments of, where you would, say something funny, and uh, I think he just did a great job of capturing this version of Odysseus. And so yeah, I feel like people are gonna cite, other people in the cast, but I just I don't want him to go unappreciated. I really hope he gets a Best Actor nomination this year
Mhm.
for this, because I thought he was just outstanding.
I agree. I think that this is also his greatest performance, and it feels to me like he will get that Best Actor nomination not only because of his outstanding work in this movie, but because I think people recognize kind of what a culmination this movie represents for his film career up till this point. Because Matt Damon has been in our lives as a working and relatable, familiar actor for over 30 years now. Like his breakout roles, he had been in a couple smaller things before that, but he really came onto the popular consciousness really in the late 90s with the kind of double tap feature of Good Will Hunting, and then The Talented Mr. Ripley, where he, in both cases, he played a very like kind of young, brash, and fiercely intelligent character, one with a good heart in Will Hunting, and one with a much darker side in The Talented Mr. Ripley. But but in both cases, what was immediately clear was that this was an actor who had incredible screen presence, who had a kind of a charm and an intelligence that he could convey quite effortlessly, and most importantly, he was someone that felt in many respects like he also could be an everyman. Obviously he's a very handsome, very accomplished and successful actor, but one of the things that people like so much about his relatability is the fact that Matt Damon feels a little more approachable in certain respects than a number of other movie stars, and maybe that's because of his Boston connections and his friendship with Ben Affleck, and the fact that he's been so willing to essentially put himself out there as himself, on like talk shows and circuits, where, and not to say that he's like putting up a front, but just the fact that like he is an actor who does not seem like takes himself too seriously. Like anyone who's seen his like long running feud with Jimmy Kimmel knows that like Matt Damon can do jokes, and that's one of the reasons that, like, for instance, a role that previously got him a lead actor nomination, The Martian. Like, I think he's outstanding in that movie, but it does very much feel like Matt Damon as the astronaut, as opposed to his character's name Mark Watney, and that's just also because Mark Watney is not as storied a figure as someone like Odysseus, but obviously, like, people have, when I remember when he was cast, and people were a little surprised that he was going to be taking on the lead role, and maybe it was because people thought it was the role was better suited for one of the other leading men Christopher Nolan has worked with, someone like Cillian Murphy or someone like Christian Bale. Like, and I think that they could have played a version of this role, but the role for the movie that Nolan wanted to tell really required us to essentially be grounded in like Odysseus as, in many respects, a character we want to root for, because we are going to, see him ultimately come up with this devastating and brilliant trick of the Trojan horse, and then lead his men essentially on this long quest to get home, during which he makes like many mistakes, and in certain respects can be quite arrogant. And that it would be very easy for an actor who is playing too hard on that edge, for the audience to essentially turn against them and say, well, screw this guy. We never get there with Odysseus, even though he is, like I said, has darker elements to his character. And that's because Matt Damon is just so assured in his his competence and his essential, goodness, which is necessary to ultimately portray the reveal of just how haunted he is by, his greatest achievement and what it means for the world. And so I think that for Matt Damon, like, this is a role that, like, had Christopher Nolan, let's say, made this movie in 2004, around the time that, Troy was made, like, I do not think Matt Damon would have been, an appropriate choice for Odysseus, not the least of which because he would have been 20 years younger. But like, this is a role that feels like it came along at the perfect time for him and for his collaboration with Nolan after, as you said, he kind of played against that type in Interstellar, and then played like a very effective, but ultimately kind of very straightforward character in General Groves. And then in this case, he gets to play like all the layers and complexity that I think are reveal themselves more and more on subsequent rewatches. And there are certain scenes of his that I really, when I went back for my second viewing, wanted to watch in more detail. In particular, his reaction to the siren song, and to his confession to Penelope when he returns home to Ithaca, but also just some of the interactions that he has with his men, where you can see like his ultimate, what, knowing at on subsequent viewings what is actually going on in his mind at that time. You can see it. You can see the way that Damon is playing it. And that is a testament to an actor who has full trust in his director's vision, and a director who has full trust in the actor he chose to lead this, $250,000 gamble of a film. And that is why I think that ultimately Matt Damon will get the credit that he deserves for this movie, because it really does feel like the pinnacle of what has been one of the great movie star careers of the past 25 years.
Well, yeah, and yeah, I think there is a tendency nowadays to scoff at movie stars, um, because the fact that we know. I think you've frozen, Jared. Unless that's on my end. If anybody's in the chat, and Brady, if you're in the chat, let me know if Jared is frozen or if it's me. It's so funny, Jared, because you've frozen right as you're drinking your soda. So that's hilarious. It's, I do think that there's a tendency to, I guess I'm by myself now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I assume that was the case. I'm gonna wait until he pops back in to continue my thought. But yeah. Um hope you're doing well, Brady. Yeah. I Yeah, what do we want to talk about while we're waiting for Jared? I haven't been in Forest Center for a couple weeks, it feels like. I made one comment in there, but I need to jump back in there. I miss you guys. Um oh, Yeah, that sucks. I was very happy. I actually just got back from a cruise to Alaska, and the weather was a nice change of pace. Um, and, maybe not so much when we got to when we went to a glacier, and that was a bit too cold for me, but everything else was pretty nice. Um, okay. Uh, yeah, okay. So all right, I'll go on and talk for a couple minutes about what I was saying. Hopefully Jared makes it back in, because there's no way I can continue this on my own. I was just gonna say, in terms of like Matt Damon's performance as Odysseus, I think there's a tendency nowadays to scoff at quote unquote movie stars, and when we can identify, oh, there he is.
Hey, you may notice
That
I'm on my phone right now. Yeah, for some reason, right after I finished that that kind of long rambling statement, my computer crashed and it's still not booted up yet. So I'm trying to work out it. I don't think I did anything to anger Zeus or Poseidon, but who knows? Because um, right now my computer does not seem to want to work.
well, I zoomed this in so you're a bit bigger.
Okay,
Um,
good.
well, this will be interesting.
Yeah,
I was just about to say, I think that people kind of scoff at quote unquote movie stars nowadays because, uh, they're like, oh, they're just being, you know, Matt Damon,
yeah,
which I think is not necessarily the case here, but it's like, what about back in the days when it was like, oh, it's Charlton Heston,
yeah,
and everybody was on board with that. And I recognize times have changed and the styles of acting have changed, but I think there's a reason why you bring someone on like Matt Damon. As I said, he has a natural charisma that I think shines through, and and it's part of the reason why I think his casting in Interstellar was so effective, because the minute he shows up, especially if you don't know he's in the film, when when he gets out of cryo sleep and you're like, oh my God, it's Matt Damon, you immediately like the character. And then you slowly find out, oh, wait, I shouldn't like this guy.
yeah,
And so I actually think it's valuable to bring that in with you as an actor sometimes.
for sure.
And I think that in the case of Nolan, he knows exactly what he's doing when he casts Matt Damon. I think about his performance in Oppenheimer, and I feel like he is the perfect, like, in terms of the sort of vibe that he brings to the character of Groves. It's the complete opposite of Killian Murphy as Oppenheimer, and that's why they're such a great match together throughout that movie, because they have such different energies, but they somehow that causes like great chemistry between the two
Yeah.
of them. And so, yeah, I think Matt Damon was it was excellent casting for this film, and I think, like I said, it's I think it's his best performance, and hopefully he gets due praise for it.
Yeah. And as I said, I believe that he will. It kind of, in many respects, reminds me of Michael B. Jordan's performance from Sinners last year, where, as great and as acclaimed as the movie was, it almost felt like people were taking his central lead performance for granted, right up until the moment whenever he realized, you know what, this is actually the reason the movie works, and maybe we should be honoring him with the Best Actor prize, as they ultimately did. But yeah, the fact of the matter is that Odysseus, what being the kind of the celebrated genius and figure of a legend that he is, it's because when Odysseus is not on screen, many of the characters are talking about him and speaking of him in very reverential tones, whether it's his son, who or Eumaeus or Penelope or Menelaus, even Antinous to a certain extent, even though he's an antagonist. And then it makes it all the more effective when we see that like Odysseus is in fact, just a man, but as Eumaeus kind of relates, the idea that Odysseus was never, the strongest or the fastest or the biggest, so he had to be the smartest. And of course, when you're underestimated, as he is at certain turns, it makes it all the more effective when he reveals just how cunning and dangerous he can be.
Okay, so I'm going to switch gears now. We're going to go over. This is a thing where I'm always like, well, why would it be any more correct for people to have British accents?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Brady, but I'm just saying like, I never get why people rub up against English accents when so often British is the stand-in for like when something's historical or taking place in another country. It's like that doesn't really make any sense, so why can't it be American accents? But yeah. Okay, so I want to switch gears and talk about the characters over in Ithaca, which involves Penelope, played by the great Anne Hathaway, Telemachus, played by a severely underrated in this film Tom Holland, and Antinous, played by Robert Pattinson, who is a sniveling little weasel of a character. I loved all of them. And we won't leave. There's some other people, obviously, including John Leguizamo as Eumaeus. Not going to leave him or anybody else out. We'll touch on them, but like Anne Hathaway, oh my god, what a fucking performance! And she's someone who, like, if she doesn't get nominated, I will riot. Yes. Because oh my god, so great. And oh, Brady, don't remind me. Oh my god, I hate him so much.
This line of Brady's citing has become a meme, as the internet is wont to do, and that's because of just the kind of despicable sauce that Pattinson puts on. Can somebody get these beggars out of here? It never fails to amuse me that like an actor like as charming and successful as Robert Pattinson, who rose to fame obviously from like the Twilight movies and the Harry Potter movies, where he played like a very like your beloved romantic lead, and in a sense gone on to play Batman, but he really seems to absolutely relish playing these like shit heel characters. You can tell he's just having so much fun with this.
Yeah, I hate him in this, but he gave a fantastic performance. But dear God, I wanted to smack the shit out of him so many times. And then he's just like, he's fucking hiding at the end of the movie. And, and like saying, get the shield.
Yeah. This movie doesn't have like a ton of like laugh out loud jokes, but Pattinson actually delivers a number of them just in his performances. Like the fact that not only is he like hiding behind the pillar and encouraging everyone else to fight to save his ass, but the fact that he just like when he is losing control, like he puts it into his physicality as well, where he is just like he's gesticulating wildly and his eyes are bugging out of his head, and he just looks absolutely deranged, which of course reflects the inner rot of the character. But yeah, I think like he is Oscar worthy for this performance, and the only reason I'm not sure if he'll get an Oscar nomination is because usually when a villainous performance gets nominated, like a character like the Joker or
or Javier Bardem's character from No Country for Old Men is because they have a certain like charisma to them, and Pattinson plays him like deliberately as just such a loathsome weasel that he's kind of hard to root for, even though he's fun.
Don't think it'll be his top villain role either.
Probably not.
Of the year, because we still got another big one coming. And so yeah. We'll see how that turns out. Like, I think that was the only thing that held me back from like raving about his performance, because it's a great performance, but like I'm so waiting for him as Cytail from Dune. So yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, I was going about Anne Hathaway as Penelope. Just like she's got this like steely restraint throughout so much of the movie, but then like that scene between her and Telemachus, um, she says, "I want Odysseus." It's like, oh my god, so like Oscar clip right there.
Yeah,
if they bother to do them. But yeah, she's was incredible. And then like Tom Holland, I think I saw something online that said like he was like the weak link of the cast or something, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I think he's incredible. Because he's arguably the co-lead of the film. Because the Ithaca side of the story does predominantly revolve around him. And I just thought he was great. I think he plays that frustration of, not having the control that he wants to have over what's happening in his home. And then, someone who wants to find out more about his father. I loved his reactions in the scenes between him and Menelaus, and he comes back home, and once he realizes who Odysseus is, then he enters into the hallway, and the way he plays those moments of like he knows what's coming, and he's no longer like putting up with any bullshit from the suitors. And I love the way he plays those scenes. And so I'm gonna call him probably the most underrated actor of the film, because he has so much hard work to do, and I think he's amazing.
I agree, and I think that this was a challenging role for him to take on because not necessarily just because it's an instrumental role in the movie and the character has to go through like a very fraught emotional journey, but also just because of the audience's baggage, frankly, with him, because for the overwhelming majority of people, Tom Holland is Peter Parker / Spider-Man, and so there was a tendency for everyone to kind of project that onto him in every role that he is, taking on. And he's great as Peter Parker, but he also he can do more as an actor. And his character of Telemachus in this film kind of is, a perfect, vessel for his talents at this stage of his career, because Telemachus is a boy who is entering onto the threshold of manhood and is seeking, not only a connection with his lost father, but also to prove himself worthy of the responsibility of being king of Ithaca. And frankly, most people around him don't think he can do it because they think he's too young, or they think he isn't experienced enough, or they think he's not physically strong enough. And of course, that means he gets underestimated, but also rightly, he does have stuff to learn. I think where some people complain about him being the weak link, which I agree is like a poor faith comparison. Some of it has to do, for instance, with his scenes with Anne Hathaway, where Anne Hathaway as Penelope basically gets to take him to task for his kind of perspective and naivete, and it's like, yes, in that scene, Anne Hathaway's performance kind of wipes Tom Holland off the screen because that's the way the scene is designed. The scene is designed for Penelope to win the scene. And oh my God, does Anne Hathaway absolutely do it in style. I agree that, like, I think if she runs in supporting, she will win the Oscar for this. If she runs in lead, you know, which I think she has a case to, she might have some stiffer competition, but either way, she's incredibly worthy. And, you know, she's another actor who has worked with Christopher Nolan on now 3 movies, starting with her role as Selena Kyle in The Dark Knight Rises, and then she was also in Interstellar. And this is, I think, her best performance in a Christopher Nolan film, as much as I love both Catwoman and Amelia Brandt. I think that this, you know, because she also has kind of a challenge facing her where she is a character who is essentially not only physically confined for a lot of the movie, but also like emotionally confined because she can't express her true feelings towards these suitors, the kind of the rage and disgust that she feels not only at having them invade her home, but also their insistence on marrying her so that they can gain the throne of Ithaca, a throne that she, as she points out, has been sitting on for 20 years and doing a damn good job of it. And why would she need to remarry except for the sexist archetype of the world? But also, it's clear, like as made is abundantly clear, like what is truly the wound at her heart is that she loves Odysseus very, very deeply, and she is still in love with him even after he's been gone for 20 years. And as she kind of points out in that scene with Telemachus, like when he is like he kind of is saying like, well, do you just like want the throne of Ithaca for yourself? And she's like, I want Odysseus. And it's just an explosion of rage from a character who, you know, has not been able to express her true feelings in that way. But you can see the kind of the way that it is kind of simmering under the surface for her. And so I think her scenes with Telemachus are some of the best in the movie. I think that her big scene with Antinous, with Robert Pattinson's character, was where we see her at her most vulnerable. And Pattinson almost seems like he's charming her until he just steps over the line a little too far, and just the way that she closes herself off immediately, and even he recognizes, oh shit, I went too far. These are actors who are essentially constantly testing the boundaries of one another, and we get to watch the fireworks go off, which is wonderful.
I didn't say like criticism against like people say this movie doesn't have like any sex in it. Like that is actually quite a sexy scene because you know you can tell like you know as Antinous is saying, I'll take care of all your needs, and you can tell Penelope is a woman who is, you know, he may not act, you know, actually be her choice of someone to be with, but mama needs something because she's been going a long time without it. And so like yeah, I take issue with that complaint about the film. I love the way she plays that scene because you know she's showing that she is someone who has been alone for 20 years, and so she's, you know, I think she is considering it in that moment, but her first and foremost concern is her son.
Yes.
And not only like more than his ascension to the throne, his safety.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that is the moment when she can tell that Antinous is just like not gonna keep his word at all, and she shuts it down at that point. So can we just talk about the fact that, you know, the bullshit argument that like that Christopher Nolan sucks at writing women characters, because because this movie has so many great female characters, and his other, he's had other films that have been great. I mean, you look back at Oppenheimer, like Kitty is just fucking incredible, and then you mentioned Anne Hathaway's Brandt, in Interstellar, and there's other examples. I just I'm rolling my eyes every time I see that online, like with so many other things, but I just don't get it.
I mean, I don't get it either. And we had, I think, touched on it when we talked about Oppenheimer a few years ago. In particular, I thought Florence Pugh's performance in that movie was
Yeah,
outstanding, as well as Emily Blunt. It to me, it feels like not to say that some people can't have issues with some female characters that Christopher Nolan has written, maybe like earlier in his career, but I think it's just been one of those things that because Nolan is so successful at so many aspects of filmmaking, and he perhaps was not quite at the same level in certain respects earlier in his career when it came to writing his female characters, it's just become almost a stock complaint that people can use to try to take this, wildly successful filmmaker down a peg or two. I don't think it actually, in this case, engages with the substance of what a great performer like Anne Hathaway is bringing to the role of Penelope, or what someone like Charlize Theron brings to Calypso, or what Samantha Morton brings to Cersei, or what Lupita Nyong'o brings to Helen and Clytemnestra. Like, yes, these are supporting characters in a film that is ultimately about a male protagonist, but they all have their own perspectives, they all have their own complexities, and they all have moments to shine, not only on the page, but on the screen, is brought to life by these incredibly talented women. So, yeah, I think that saying that, like, oh, LOL, no one sucks at writing female characters, like, that's an incredibly reductive take, and one that has kind of outlived its best days.
yeah, yeah. I don't. If anybody has the complaint because their supporting characters is like, who knew that the central character of the Odyssey was Odysseus? Um, and like I think that I said earlier that Tom Holland is arguably the co-lead of. I actually think that he and Anne Hathaway are actually the co-leads of that half of the
Yeah.
story. And so it's I don't know. It's I just had to address it because I'm like, how can you watch this film and still say that? I just don't understand. Um, and let's talk about John Leguizamo as Eumaeus, who earns our love despite throwing puppies off a
Oh my
cliff.
God. Yeah.
Like,
I say this tongue in cheek. This John Leguizamo as Eumaeus is, I think, without a doubt, the most lovable cinematic character to ever be introduced throwing puppies off a cliff. Because most people, you can't come back from shit like that. We would just be like,
no,
you're dead to me. But he makes us love him even after he does that horrible, horrible thing, which is probably my least favorite moment in the entire movie. Not because it's bad, but because of how fucking dare you.
yeah, I'm just like, what? Why? Why? Um, I'm like, yeah, I just gotta ignore that too to love him the rest of the film. It's so awful. Um, yeah, no, how can you forget about it? It was monstrous. Um, uh,
I think it's because he then becomes such a champion of Argos as Robert Pattinson is doing horrible things to the dog.
yeah,
But yes, we never forget that Eumaeus is a puppy killer, even if he's great in other
I
ways.
yeah. Is it is it as bad as Jack Black kicking Will Ferrell's dog off the bridge in Anchorman? I don't know. I'll leave that to other people to decide.
I think this is worse because they do establish that that Will Ferrell's dog lives in Anchorman, whereas this
That's
puppy,
true.
I do not know if he does.
Yeah. But I'm talking about intent, okay?
Yeah.
And I just, but still, like, almost like the violent, rageful kick is like born out of like anger. And Eumaeus seems like he's just absentmindedly tossing puppies off the cliff. And yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think it is worse.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get past it so we can talk about how great he is the rest of the movie. And I fucking love every time I see John Leguizamo because like he was somebody that just stood out to me when I was younger. And yes, the first time I ever saw him was Super Mario Brothers. Uh, and you know what? I loved him as Luigi. So all right, tape that. Um, and so I've always been like, a fan of his whenever he's, I've seen him and stuff like, Romeo and Juliet, Moulin Rouge, and lots of other stuff. And he's so great. And it's nice to see him like get a movie in a fucking get a role in a fucking Christopher Nolan movie, playing such a great character, a loyal character. And yeah, he's just, what a wonderful actor who's like the fact that he defends Argos, and he's standing up blind against these horrible suitors and getting shit for it. And I love that he fucking keeps calling out Logan Marshall Green's character, who, by the way, I did not recognize until the third viewing. I was like,
Yeah.
oh shit. And I'm so glad that Asshole got what he deserved along with the rest of them.
Yeah,
Um,
he is a very like effective minor antagonist, and the fact that there's the recurring three beat of the of Eumaeus calling him out for wearing the spurs and how unstealthy it makes him, and then even though he like finds a way to still control, like the fact that it pays off when Menelaus is going to stick the weapon to retrieve the weapons, and Eumaeus gets to lock him, and he's like, "Too loud! I told you!" And the guy's like, "No, fuck, 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 fuck!" And but then of course Telemachus gets his moment to kill that guy, which is fun. I actually Logan Marshall Green was apparently a late addition to the cast. I think that role was originally going to be played by Cosmo Jarvis of Shogun fame. But
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I can see that too. But yeah, he ended up being I think Logan Marshall Green did a very good job with that minor role. But yeah, Eumaeus definitely his loyalty to Odysseus and his loyalty to Penelope and his kind of loyalty just to Ithaca as kind of like the one servant who whose faith never wavered, even though he admits that he thinks Odysseus is probably dead. Like he intends to remain faithful to his memory and to the master that he loved. And I can't obviously say this for sure. I have a strong suspicion that if this were 10 years ago, this would have been the Michael Caine role. It feels kind of like the role that Christopher Nolan would have saved in his for filmography, just as kind of like the beloved, mentor figure. But given that Michael Caine has mostly retired from filmmaking, I think that it was a real gift that they got John Leguizamo for this part, because he is, as you said, one of those actors who has been working forever and is always a welcome presence whenever he shows up. But he has never had a role quite like this, where you think like he really just kind of foregrounds like, man, this dude is good. And I actually think of all the incredible supporting male performances in this movie, Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, among Himesh Patel. I actually do think John Leguizamo is the most likely to get an Oscar nomination for this, because he just is that kind of beloved veteran actor who has never been nominated before, and it just feels like the right movie at the right time.
Yeah. I actually am really glad that that you know that it went to him. I don't know if it would have been necessary. Like, and look, Michael Caine is a fucking legend, and like, but if this had gone to him, like, he has such a like big stature about him. I kind of like that Emmaus is this kind of smaller character who like it can be he's someone who can be easily bullied, especially, as he's lost his vision. And but it's that inner strength that he has and that loyalty that shines through. So I don't think it could have worked out any better casting wise for the characters. So yeah. And then I'm just there's somebody else I want to mention. Oh yeah, and I'll just mention the one of the other suitors, Polybus,
Yep.
played by Corey Hawkins, who like was a fucking asshole, and I'm so glad that he's the first one who gets an arrow in the throat before he can even finish saying Odysseus's name.
Yeah. Yeah, his death has gotten cheers at both screenings I went to because it is such a like fuck yeah, let's go moment for a character who is maybe does is probably just as awful as Antinous in terms of the way he treats not only Telemachus but Argos and Eumaeus and ultimately Odysseus when he returns home. So, I mean, Corey Hawkins has been so great in so many movies. I actually don't recall if I've ever seen him play like such an unambiguous asshole before, but he certainly like seemed to relish it because he has very few redeeming qualities in this film. Although he does he and Pattinson do have one of the my favorite moments of black humor in the movie, which is when Antinous is trying to arrange for Telemachus's murder at the Temple of Pylos, and he tells the I forget the character's name, but he's the actor Brian Bernthal who plays Balatik in The Force Awakens. That he's like, I want Telemachus dead, and bring me something so I can recognize him, his nose, and Paulus is like, you would know him just by his nose, and Pattinson's like, his ears too. It's like you would know him by his nose and his ears. Okay.
Yeah, and then we also have Mia Goth, which is okay, I'll be honest, like this is not like as big of a role as I would love for Mia Goth to have, but it just shows like how great the casting in Nolan's films are, that even he's going to get like really phenomenal actors even for like smaller parts, and she does play like that, sort of the duplicity of the character really well, and it's so satisfying when Penelope is like, surely your place is down there,
Yeah.
and it's great.
Yeah, I absolutely love Mia Goth as a performer, and it's one of those things where yes, like she does not get as much to do as she has in other movies, like say recently Frankenstein. Her role
Yeah.
is quite small, but it kind of dovetails into a frustration that I have with certain criticism around not just this film but other films when people see a famous actor playing a minor character and like, oh, they were underused. I wanted more from that character, and I am always like, well, the role was the role. The actor agreed to take the role as written. And are you saying that you would rather have a worse act or less memorable actor playing the role so that character wouldn't distract you as much? That kind of seems like more of a you issue than an issue with the film.
Yeah.
I think that she is ultimately playing the role as designed. I love the fact that she has kind of underhanded, slimy romance going on with Pattinson's character, just to underscore the fact that she's a bad girl. But it ultimately, the way that it starts off with her, like, her false indignation of, my queen, surely your place is up there, and then Hathaway just gets to throw that back in her face is like so satisfying.
Yeah, no, I want to see, like, I feel like all these people need to watch like Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet,
Yeah.
and see like Richard Attenborough, pop in at the last second as the English ambassador with his like one line, or seeing, Billy Crystal as the gravedigger, or, and Robin Williams at the end. Like, sometimes you just cast kick-ass actors in these roles, because it's fun to work with amazing actors, and and it adds more to it can add more weight to the character, if you have a really super talented performer. And it's like weird, like, people have this obsession with, like, even with bigger roles, with like casting unknowns, and it's like, if somebody's a really good actor, you're gonna punish them for that. um I don't know. I'm glad she was in it. I really thought she was great. I want to go ahead and we'll sort of stick with this. Well, actually, you know what? No, I'm going to switch over for a second, because it'll allow us to talk about the sequence at large, since we've talked a bit about Ithaca, stuff in Ithaca. I wanted to talk about the Cyclops itself, played by the wonderful Bill Irwin, and that whole sequence. Who, Bill Irwin, as many people will know, voiced Tars in Interstellar, but also he's just a really talented actor, and I personally know him a lot also from what's the Legion on FX, the X-Men television series, and focusing on the character of Legion, and he was in that, and he was fucking incredible. And yeah, he's just such a great actor, and I love the fact that um, that I could actually tell it was him playing the Cyclops. And because he has a very distinctive face, even if it is obscured here by a gigantic single eyeball. But like that, and I know there's been some controversy with the scene, because it sort of strips it down a bit from the poem, and there's dialogue between the Cyclops and Odysseus that in the poem that's not in the film, but this is where we get to adaptation. And and Nolan was taking the route of doing this realistically. And if you're presented with a big gigantic Cyclops monster that's devouring your men, you're maybe not going to have a chill combo. And I thought the sequence worked great, and I thought it was scary as hell, and just the way they did it was so effective. Again, going back to the emphasis on practical effects, and the way that they did this was so freaking incredible. It's one of those sequences where, like, there are certain things where I'm like, oh, I can see how but then there's other stuff where I'm like, okay, I know there's like compositing going on, but I still don't know how the hell they pulled it off. Like the stuff when Cyclops is like chasing them out into the water, I'm like, yeah, I just don't know how they did all that. And it was just so great, and freaky and terrifying, and just and it was just one of those beats in the story where, like, like, if you know anything about the Odyssey, there's a Cyclops monster. And I was just And it's really great. Like, we'll talk in a bit about the structure of this thing, because what's interesting is the way the film is structured, where we get these big sort of beats and not all of them in chronological order. We actually see this before we get anything of the attack on Troy. And but it's a really ingenious way of keeping the film moving and showing us like these big set pieces. And yeah, just the buildup of them like going into the cave, and Odysseus is like, "Oh, we'll wait for them to come back," and and like, even someone like me is familiar with the story of the Odyssey, and like it still was like, "Oh God, get out there, get out of there, get out of there." Yeah, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I did too, and this is one of the movie's big set pieces, obviously. And as you said, the fact that they were able to do all of this practically in a two part fashion, one by for the actors, Matt Damon and his men. Uh, they built a 60-foot puppet to scale in this cave, which is an actual, like, historically significant cave in Greece, where it's rumored that Zeus was born. So, like, talk about great authenticity for location scouting. Um, but then to have an actual performer, Bill Irwin, also shot to scale, and Bill Irwin has been as a classically trained as a mime, and so physicality is one of the things that he is very always excels at. And in this case, he, makes the Cyclops feel like something elemental and terrifying. And for that reason, even as great as Bill Irwin is, as anyone who has seen Interstellar and can appreciate Tars's wit, can certainly attest. I think it was the right choice to not have the Cyclops and Odysseus engage in, their banter from the poem, where famously Odysseus uh, undertakes one of the world's most famous puns by christening himself Nobody, so that when he puts the Cyclops' eye out, the Cyclops screams, "Nobody is attacking me!" And so none of his Cyclops buddies come to help him. Like, that's the kind of thing I think works better on the page, even if the purists, would have liked to see it.
It can even work in an adaptation. It can even work in an adaptation of the Odyssey. And it works very well in the 1997 television miniseries, but not for the tone that Nolan was establishing in this film.
Yeah, no, certainly.
It would have felt out of place, in
Yeah,
my
and
opinion. People are free to disagree.
yeah, no, I understand why people may have wanted to see it in there, because it is a famous moment from the poem. But I think it was the correct choice for this tone of adaptation to leave it out. And it also does lead to one of my favorite moments of pitch black comedy from this movie, which is the moment when, after they put out the Cyclops' eye and they're hearing it pray to his father Poseidon, and one of Odysseus' men, Pilotes, is like, it can talk. It didn't talk before. Should we reason with it? And Odysseus is just like, I think we're past that.
I also thought that was a little wink to the audience too.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I couldn't understand what it was yelling out either. Like, apparently some people did. And it's stated in the film that he was crying out for his father, Poseidon. I'll have to listen with the subtitles on when we get it at home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought like it was appropriately like scary and tense and just, and again, on the technical level, I like, there are some shots where I can see, well, they're fooling us with the scale, because just with the size of like the, how they're showing the location and stuff like that. But then, like I said, there's other shots where I'm like, how the fuck did and that's what's always so great, is like that's the thing that's like, I feel that when I hear people say like, well, you're just doing like old school effects to like to show off. You could just use CG. 1, it looks better.
Yeah.
And 2, there's a magic to it. Like, I want to be able to. The joy of Nolan's films is that there are effects where I watch it and I don't know how they did it, and and there's a wonder that comes along with that I think is perhaps underappreciated sometimes by younger audiences of a certain age who have grown up with CGI and have become accustomed to, like, they know how things are done, but it's just like uh sometimes it's nice to be like, what, how that was always part of the magic of special effects growing up for me, and yeah, so I'm glad to get that thrill sometimes here. uh and yeah, so I thought, yeah, Bill Irwin did great job, performing the Cyclops. It's a great sequence, and it just I'm sorry, like, just seeing the Cyclops monster eating Odysseus's men, I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, great sequence.
Yeah, and it's, the horror of that, the fact that the Cyclops basically is so confident in his power that he not only will like to devour Odysseus's men, but then he is completely like unbothered about just going to sleep in the midst of the cave, because how could they ever hurt him? And of course, they can't get out of the cave unless he moves the boulder. Obviously, he pays for that dearly, because Odysseus is not going to lie down and just quit. But I do think that kind of like cruelty and brutality, even though ultimately the Cyclops is, we understand, a more complicated figure, is one of the reasons why Odysseus does the classic audience frustration. No, 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 don't do that. Of as soon as he gets out of the cavern, and then the Cyclops tosses the helmet out, and he just loses his cool and shoots it, because it's like, fuck this thing, it killed my men. And then you're just like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. But like, it is actually like, I did appreciate, for instance, that as they're, watch it, as they made it back to the ship and they're pulling away, and we're hearing kind of the frustrated cries of the Cyclops as it, was left on shore, and we see its ruined eye, and we know that, like, this, he was in his own cave, bothering nobody until these men showed up, and now his life is forever, changed and possibly ruined. And it does kind of serve as, a little bit of foreshadowing for the idea that, essentially the violation of Zeus's law, and the idea that Odysseus's men, even though they are presenting themselves as, heroes and victors at Troy, like, other people in this world do not see them that way. And that comes to a head, obviously, with the Circe sequence, but this is kind of a forerunner of that.
Yeah, it's really interesting because even before this, we get the sequence of them stopping for supplies.
Yeah.
And like, but not, they're not going to take no for an answer.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we call that pillaging and raiding. Um, and it's like, we're kind of like, are these supposed to be our heroes? But also, they're of the mind that they have to do what they need to do to get home. But all of this stuff, these repeated, violations, end up spreading the stories of the people from the sea, which gives us our powerful revelation that even as they think that they're not the people from the sea, you know, it's like, no, your reputation precedes you, and not only them, but all the people who are making their way home over the years from Troy. And yeah, it's just, I thought that was all really well done. And I think what's interesting about Odysseus's moment where he fires the arrow at the Cyclops after, when they're escaping, is that's actually the one moment when he's in a situation where he doesn't pluck the string of his arrow, showing that he's actually being dishonorable in that moment. And that's going to come back to bite him in the ass.
Yes, and obviously it also pays into the great, the powerful thematic twist of the movie, because of course the other time when Odysseus does not pluck his bow to give his prey a fighting chance is of course the Trojan horse itself, where the entire point of it is that it is a trick and it is not a fair play. And in that moment, it feels justified for Odysseus because, as he has pointed out, like he and his men have spent 10 years on this fucking beach in service to Agamemnon's whims, and Agamemnon is here for his own selfish reasons of wanting to break Troy's control of the trade routes, and is using the pretense of getting his brother's wife Helen back as kind of the noble veneer for his own like more base instincts. And we see that like Odysseus has some like, if not outright contempt for Agamemnon, at least like severe disillusionment with his rule, but he is willing to ultimately, perform an underhanded trick to essentially get himself and his men out of this purgatory that they're stuck in. And it's only after the fact that he realizes like what he had done. And again, this is where kind of the parallels to Oppenheimer of the idea, with the nuclear weapon of, I don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon, but I know the Nazis can't, so we have to build it. And then even after the Nazis are defeated, they won't understand it until they fear it, and they won't fear it until they've used it. And then after they've used it, it is a genie that you cannot put back in the bottle.
Also, as long as we're mentioning Agamemnon, can I just say I fucking loved his design ever since I first saw it.
Yes.
And anybody who is going to object to me saying that can go to hell, because like it does exactly what it's meant to do, which is it gives Agamemnon this enormous, like, I know a lot of people have used the expression aura farming, but it does give him intense aura, and like it's like this is the man in charge, and he's projecting an image to be feared. And I thought that it was actually quite ingenious to come up with a design like this for the character. And so I've been a fan since day one on that score.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like the fact that it's Agamemnon who formed his helmet with the kind of the golden spine was the staple of one of the first posters of the film, actually the one you used to promote the stream. And the fact that it makes him such like an instantly recognizable silhouette. Yes, I've been introduced to the term aura farming from this movie. Learning what the kids call it these days. But it's incredibly effective. Not only for this scene where he's interacting with Odysseus, but also the instantly iconic shot when they finally open the gates of Troy, and we just see the silhouette of Agamemnon standing there against the darkness before the Greek soldiers rush in, and it's chills down the spine. And I actually think because he cuts such an imposing figure, it's a very interesting choice on Christopher Nolan's part to basically not have the character speak at all, at least while he's alive. Well, the only time we actually hear Agamemnon speak, as played by Benny Safdie, is in Hades after he's dead. And in that moment, we actually hear his voice, and it does not sound like the voice of a man who could make an entire city tremble just by his mere appearance. And that kind of undercuts the myth of the character, because, of course, the tragedy of Agamemnon is that he, staked everything on this grand plan to essentially, break the walls of Troy for his own glory, and then he returns home expecting to be greeted as a conquering hero, and it turns out his wife has not forgiven him for murdering their daughter as a sacrifice before they left, and she shanks him and kills him. Which is a great moment for Lupita Nyong'o, by the way. Like, I actually had a legitimate jump scare in the theater when she drives her blade into Agamemnon's neck, but it's also like, go girl, he deserved that.
Yeah, I fucking loved that. That was that was so great. Um I'm just gonna, as long as we're like talking about Agamemnon and the, we touched on the scene in Hades. I just like, yeah, and we can, because there's a lot of other stuff going on in that scene too. But I just really quickly want to shout out that, like, it took me until the credits on my second viewing, and then I could finally recognize him on the third viewing, which was James fucking Remar
Yeah.
as what's the character's name?
Tiresias.
Tiresias. And like like I like I was like blown away by the character's presence in the film, but I did not know that was James Remar, and like I was so blown away by. And then of course once I knew, I was like, oh yeah, that's fucking him. Um, and again, like it's just one of these things where like he's an actor that I grew up seeing in films, and like it's, and he's not new to Nolan films. He was also in Oppenheimer, in a brief role, but like it's just so great getting to see him sink his teeth into a role that's it's pretty quick in the film, but it's an enormously important role. And
Yes.
and I was just really glad to see him get to play this character. Definitely a much better than his turn as Raiden in Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Yeah, I saw an amusing thing on social media where it put Tiresias and Raiden up on the side by side. And it's like, did you know that the same actor played both these roles? And I'm like, I did, and he's much better in this movie. Not that that's a high bar to clear, even though James Remar is a great actor. I always think of him as Dexter's father. But he is ultimately
Sorry, you cut out as who?
As Harry Morgan, Dexter Morgan's father from the TV show
yeah.
Dexter. But yeah, this is another example of like, yes, like he's a great actor who you cast for one scene where he's like lying in the mud and you don't see much of his face, but it's like, would you rather have had a lesser or less famous actor in that role so they could do a worse job, or would you rather have James fucking Remar so that he can kill it in his 2 minutes of screen time?
Yeah, no, he was an actor that I grew up seeing in a lot of more, shall we say, B movies, which just made me, we already cited Mortal Kombat Annihilation, but also things like, I remember growing up seeing him in things like Jean-Claude Van Damme's The Quest and The Phantom, and stuff like that, and so many more things. It's he even had a turn in Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined version, and like so many other things. And so like I just like jump for joy whenever I see him in a new film, because I'm like, hell yeah, your career is still going strong, and it's like that makes me very happy. And so to see him play such an important role in a film like this was like, yeah, made me very excited. Um, so and again, like keeping on the thread of Agamemnon, let's also talk about his brother Menelaus, when Telemachus goes to see him to ask about, to ask about Odysseus, which, and it's a very timely conversation to have, seen as how I just went to go see Spider-Man today, and the two of them were also in that. And yeah, just sorry, hold on, the John Bernthal. I sadly do not have any like pictures of him in the film, because I took all my pictures pretty much from the trailers, and there wasn't a good shot of him in any of them. But you all know what John Bernthal looks like. And like, I just love that he plays Menelaus. I said, you want to talk about like actors playing themselves? And he is very much playing into that John Bernthal personality in his version of Menelaus, and I love that. He was just so entertaining, and I love the scenes between him and Tom Holland, and and just telling the story of of the horse, and like all this stuff, and and teaching Telemachus, like like what he's got to do when he goes back. And he's not portrayed as a particularly great guy, yeah, at all. We can see that he did not treat Helen kindly upon her return from Troy. And yet John Bernthal has a natural charisma that nonetheless makes him a lot of fun to watch, regardless. But yeah, I loved him, and I can just say, if anybody who hasn't gotten to see Spider-Man yet, he is a riot in in Spider-Man Brand New Day, and like he actually fits wonderfully into the tone of Spider-Man. He gets to show some different sides to Frank Castle. But back onto this film, I just thought it was great, and he brings like this down to earth quality, that is just so much fun, and definitely a different like vibe to his Menelaus versus, say, the Brendan Gleeson version from Troy. And so yeah, I love his line deliveries, and yeah, exactly. It's what I'm saying. Like, it was just fun that like they didn't try and do anything. He is just John Bernthal playing this character, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the case, like we're hiring him for his performance and his charisma, not for like his accent work. So it's like, of course, just let him speak in his natural accent so he can just focus on delivering the performance. And the performance is a very kind of bro-coded performance of the, people have joked about the whole like John Bernthal, let me tell you something meme. And he doesn't actually say, let me tell you something in this movie, but then he proceeds to, let me tell you about the Troy, the sack of Troy, and what it was actually like in the Trojan Horse. When that was another thing I appreciated this movie did was it emphasized just how much it would absolutely and totally and unequivocally suck to be in the Trojan Horse for God knows how long. But it works because, of course, he is portraying like this. His telling of the sack of Troy in the Trojan Horse is the version we're more classically familiar with, the story of like the great ingenuity of Odysseus and the great heroism of the Greek soldiers who finally figured out a way to win this war. And seeing, like the kind of the euphoria and the glee on John Bernthal's face as Menelaus when they finally open the gates of Troy, and he's just roaring in triumph. And, it presages the fact that, like, we of course don't see what the Greek soldiers go on to do in Troy. That's for the Odysseus reveal later. But he kind of cuts off at that point where he says, and the rest. it turns out we don't. It turns out we actually need that part of the story, but it kind of maybe speaks
That's
to
a
the
great.
fact.
I don't know if you got to see the prologue
Yeah,
in theaters, because I think it was only IMAX, so you probably didn't get to
yeah,
see it. But like, but it has him, that whole section.
yeah,
It opens with him sitting next to Telemachus, and he's like, "Did you hear about the horse? But did you hear it from the inside?" And then it gives us the whole scene, and then it stops with, "I think you know the rest." And then it proceeds to show a montage of scenes from the rest of the film. Great, like
yeah.
great use of a scene for a like promotional thing. I wish they would actually release that like online now that the movie's out, because I thought it was a great piece of like a promotional trailer of like showing the whole scene and using that to like hype up the movie. So yeah, it was just the execution of that was great, utterly fantastic.
Yeah, I thought that that was an incredibly effective way to kind of seed the ground for what becomes kind of the emotional linchpin of this of the movie later, with Odysseus giving his perspective on the sack of Troy, um, and to show us that Menelaus is a figure of, even though we like him because he's so boisterous and he treats Telemachus with warmth and mentors him, in kind of what he needs to do to reclaim his throne of Ithaca. We also see like the darker side of the man who was Agamemnon's brother, and
Yeah,
who's essentially jealousy and rage at his wife Helen leaving him for Paris and Troy. You know, came out in a very dark way. Like one of the absolute like infuriating moments is the moment when he kind of mocks Helen as the face that launched 1,000 ships,
yeah,
and when then turns her face to Telemachus so he can see the scars, and then kind of just sneers, maybe now 500. And it's just like, oh, fuck you, guy. Like that's
yeah,
and the fact that like Helen is giving it back to him, like when she is essentially mocking the kind of the grandiosity and the heroism of Menelaus's story, and tells him, like, tell him what happened to your brother, and we see like the rage and the pain of him just screaming, no, 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 he does not want to hear about my brother, he wants to hear about my father. And of course we get the story of what happened to Agamemnon later. Um, but it shows us that John Bernthal is playing like kind of the him this character almost like as a wounded beast, who is kind of reveling in the glory of his past triumphs, because the pain of his actual existence is probably something he does not want to confront. He's able to offer great like wisdom and introspection to Telemachus, but he is not willing to turn that lens on himself.
yeah. And yeah, it's really interesting because I think we get these charismatic portrayals of both the brothers, even though we don't really get to see that side of Agamemnon until we go to Hades and we actually hear him open his mouth, and you can kind of see why men would follow him, but at the same time, both of these characters reveal themselves to be quite monstrous,
Yeah.
but they don't perceive themselves as such. To them, they're the victims, and it does show a lack of introspection, but that is also why it's so delicious having Lupita Nyong'o play um, the both of their wives,
Yeah.
as twin sisters, because we see Helen having suffered at the hands of Menelaus, and then we see her sister killing Agamemnon. And even though it doesn't, in the end, it doesn't work out well for her either. She is ultimately killed by her own son. Um, but the last we as the viewers get to see of her is her enacting vengeance.
Yeah.
And so and having both characters played by the same actress, there is a immense satisfaction in that.
Yes.
And so yeah, I thought that was an absolutely brilliant touch.
Yeah,
Um,
I did as well. Not only because it gives Lupita Nyong'o more to do in playing this dual role, it also kind of once again underscores like the true motivations of the war for Troy, because of course Helen and what is described as like the singular most beautiful woman in the history of the world, and so having her essentially have a twin sister who is every bit as beautiful, like kind of shows that line of reasoning from the was always just myth making on the part of the Greeks. Although we don't need to spend any significant time like delving into the absolutely idiotic furor around her casting, but we will just say like if you're looking to cast an actress to play like the most beautiful woman in the world, a highly subjective quality, Lupita Nyong'o is near the top of that list. So and she's a phenomenal performer besides. So I thought that she like again like her performance as Helen is kind of a little bit more it's tinged with regret and sorrow and rage and frustration of the fact that she's found herself back with this husband she does not love. But at the same time, she also seems to have affection for Telemachus, and the fact that she does have immense guilt over everything that was done in her name, that she would not have wished for any of it. And then, for Clytemnestra, like to see like her absolute like heartrending, grief and rage when in that haunting shot where Agamemnon is carrying their daughter to the sea to sacrifice her, and to know that moment stayed with her for 10 years and she was just waiting and waiting and waiting and for her opportunity to get her revenge. And then it comes in that like that moment where first of all, like as she lures Agamemnon into the trap of like welcoming him home and bathing him and oiling his hair and everything, and then just these primal scream of rage when she drives her dagger into his neck, and it's so satisfying. And the fact that Agamemnon, like in many respects, gets to, because of the device of Hades, gets to reflect on the fact that like, yeah, I fucked up. Like I did all this and it amounted for nothing because in the end my wife killed me. is pretty.
He's like, but the lesson he takes from that is I made a mistake in not being cautious upon my return.
Yeah,
that's the big lesson he takes from all of that, and the wisdom he imparts onto Odysseus is don't make my mistake. Return in disguise and assess. Don't expect a warm welcome. It's like don't kill your kid to to seek favor with the gods. It's no, just be smarter about how you deal with things afterwards. He's a monster, and gets what he deserves. But Benny Safdie does such a great job performing the character. That scene in Hades is great. So like the brothers did a fantastic job. The actors who played them, but and makes them, both of them, very, like, especially Menelaus, very charismatic, but that should not disguise the fact that they are awful people.
Yeah.
Which I know it's not a big shocker to be saying that about Agamemnon and Menelaus.
Yeah, no,
but,
I mean, yeah. I mean, like to bring up Troy again. Like Brian Cox plays Agamemnon in that movie with so much just like campy villainy that he's a lot of fun in that role. But this version of Agamemnon is a little bit more like insidious because again, in his we actually don't hear him speak. He's just like this foreboding presence until we see him, speaking after his death. And as you rightly point out, like he offers useful wisdom to Odysseus, because he's right, Odysseus should not just walk in the front door. But there's completely different circumstances, because of course Odysseus is a far better man than Menelaus for whatever or than Agamemnon for whatever his flaws are, and the fact that he is unwilling to turn that lens of introspection on himself even after death just goes to show, yeah, some people are never going to learn.
Yeah, it's really interesting looking at the different characters, like just across, like, we're talking about Troy to like, because I actually find like whatever issues people want to level against the film, I actually find like the performances really fascinating to watch, especially in comparison to the Odyssey, and looking at how those characters were dealt with differently. Like Agamemnon and Troy knows exactly how much of a dick he is. And like he knows he's the villain of the story, but he just doesn't care. Whereas I feel like Agamemnon in the Odyssey is like I think he thinks he's all that, and and he doesn't view anything he does as wrong necessarily, just what he has to do. And Menelaus, I think, is a lot more wounded of a character. But also we get to see Agamemnon after the war in this, not so much in Troy.
Yes.
So yeah. But yeah, I just that's why I always love getting different interpretations of characters, because I think it's really interesting to look at how they tackled those characters through the writing and the performances of the actors.
And you mentioned that he has a different ending in Troy. That's because they're basically trying to tie off all those characters' fates and not give them a postscript. So in that movie, Agamemnon gets shanked by Briseis, another woman who he had mistreated and wronged. So at the very least, they honored that part of his fate. But in this film, like he definitely serves as a cautionary tale, and the fact that you can farm all the aura you want, but you still need to maybe not kill your daughter for favorable wins.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get through some other story beats. Let's talk about Samantha Morton as Cersei. No, not that Cersei, a different Cersei.
Yes.
Which, like, this by far was, like, for me, the freakiest section of the film. And I think for a lot of other people too. This is the one where I'm like, yeah, if you try and like entice me to a horror movie with something like this in it, I'm like, keep that shit away from me. But under the guise of the Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan, I'm like, okay, let's go for it. And it just like, it was so good though, like it freaky, but really good. And like her performance was just out of this world. I think you and I talked earlier in the week about, you mentioned people, asking which performance of hers was freakier, this or Minority Report. I go for this because I don't know, like I get why people, I understand why she has like the freaky label in Minority Report, but like she's going through a lot in that story. Like it's totally understandable why she is the way she is. And this was just like terrifying. And but so good. And like, and to have like, and I love the cap of the scene where she's like, back into your disguises. Back into your disguises. It's so good. Yeah, like I get why this is a standout for like, and some people have said like it's, for them it's like their favorite sequence in the film, and I totally understand that. I think for me it's all about the finale. Like I love the ending of the story of the Odyssey, but like this is like just the way it was executed, like I said, it's so freaky, and it's so like, again, like, how are they doing this? And like, and I know it's all in like the cuts and everything, but still I'm watching it and I'm like, oh God. What it took me back to it, and we talked about this and we each had our things that it reminded us of. And I'm going to say again, like, for anybody who grew up with the Wes Craven Swamp Thing movie, and there's a scene in that movie, I think, where like one of Arcane's henchmen is turning into like a pig man. And I just remember as a kid, that like really freaked me out. And this reminded me of that. And but I'm sure done probably much better. It's been a long time since I've seen the Swamp Thing. But like yeah, it just, oh God, so good. And yeah, her level of creepiness, just as like, especially like when she's talking with Odysseus and she's like encouraging him to bring in one of the pigs to slaughter, and it's like, no, don't do that. Like, every beat is so tense, and you're like, and she's like, you know, leave your weapons on armor in the back, and then one of the soldiers sees like armor and weaponry still laying in the grass, and it's like, put two and two together, you dumbass. Don't do this. And it has all those great hallmarks of horror where you're like, you're just screaming at the characters in the movie. It's like, no, don't. Stay away. And it's just so good.
Yeah, it's this sequence. You mentioned the fact that like it is horror coded. It absolutely is, and people have been clamoring for Christopher Nolan to do a horror movie, for years. I think because it's one of the genres he hasn't really delved into, even though he's experimented with it in some of his films. And when I read like some pre-review reactions to the movie, they mentioned that, oh, this movie has like a true horror sequence, and I knew about about Cersei, but when I was watching the movie and I was just invested in it, like we got to the Cyclops sequence, and I'm like, yeah, this is horror coded. This absolutely. And then we get to Cersei, I'm like, oh no, this is what they were talking about because this is like pure uncut nightmare fuel. The fact that it starts off with one of the reasons Samantha Morton as Cersei is so effective is because she starts off looking like so unassuming and so unthreatening. Like, she sees the men and she screams and she runs away, and then she acts very meek. And Eurykilus, I think that's not how you say it, but is basically trying to assure her, no, like, we're not here to hurt you. We're starving. We need food. She's like, I have food, lots of food. But then just like the way the dread like slowly builds, and the moment she actually lays her hands on the men and starts physically like reshaping them into pit, like that is like that's something that's like, I'm like, this is going to be burned into my brain forever, and I don't know if I want it there, even though it's like I'm in awe of like the mastery of it and the fact that they're doing this practically, because like this is like mostly makeup with maybe a touch of CGI to kind of like smooth out the edges. But like that, because then you also like, not first she's like just like kind of kneading them almost like quite, and then she's like putting her hand like all the way down their throats, and you're just like, what the fuck? And by the end, yeah, after she has transformed them, and Odysseus comes up to meet her, and then you know what she's about, but then she's putting on the like, oh, little sing song, harmless old me, like, come sit down, like, you must be hungry, and you're just like, figure it out, Odysseus, like, you're the smartest man, like, this shit is off, and of course he does. But and the fact that he manages to turn the tables on her by essentially taking her sister, who she turned into a crow, hostage, and then get her to recant the spell. Like, this is a case of like us seeing like Odysseus as like the clever general and like using his powers for good. Although it's telling that like what for me, one of the most effective moments of Samantha Morton's performance is when she's spitting her venom about Odysseus's men, and Odysseus, asks, in a very sincere way, "Did they hurt you?" And she spits back, "They would have." And and that's chilling because I think she's absolutely right. Like, even though we did not see Odysseus's men attack her, like we know that they have done terrible things to many people, and especially women during the sack of Troy. And so Cersei, who does not, know their character, like is very right to fear them, especially because they have invaded her home, basically expecting food and shelter, and she has clearly been traumatized in the past. And I think that this is why her performance is resonating with a lot of people, because kind of the pain and the rage that she brings to it, I think, is reflected in how a lot of people feel at how the world oftentimes treats especially women in her position. And that is one of the reasons why, for this adaptation of Cersei, I think that Nolan once again kind of made a smart choice in how he resolved the conflict, because in the poem, Odysseus basically ends up charming Cersei and convincing her to turn his men back, and then they go on to basically have like a year-long love affair. And it's kind of like, I don't think that would fly in this version of the tale.
Yeah, well, like that's a big thing about this adaptation, and probably where most of the complaints about there's no sex come in. It's like, yeah, because in the original poem, Odysseus is just having sex with every like goddess,
Yeah.
and demigoddess, and it's like, and Penelope is waiting at home long for him. It's like, I don't think that's gonna work for like a big mass appealing adaptation of the Odyssey these days. And as much as I loved watching Odysseus get it on with Vanessa Williams in the '97 TV series, that was a very formative experience for me, because Vanessa Williams is extremely gorgeous. But yeah, that was not going to fly in a modern adaptation of the story. So I think they made the right call there.
I think they did. Not only just, it's like read the room. Like in ancient Greece, men could basically have 100 affairs with 100 different women and like get off scot free. But if if a woman ever dared to have an affair, instant like stone her to death kind of nonsense. So like our attitudes have mercifully evolved. And I will just say that for people criticizing like the sexlessness of like the adaptation, like I think it was obviously made to kind of make Odysseus more sympathetic and, reinforce his love for Penelope. Although I will say, like, I think the movie pretty strongly implies that even though they don't show it, there was a lot of sex going on Calypso's Islands, for 7 years.
Like, I was watching it, I'm like, sorry, like 7 years?
Yeah.
No, like she hit that.
Yeah, I was like, I get why they didn't show it, but like, when Calypso was saying like, I was happy, we were happy, you were happy, it's like, what do you think they were happy about? They're the lotus flowers were they were doing their work there.
Yeah, but Odysseus doesn't remember it, so he's in the clear for that, I feel.
Yeah, but yeah, like, he gets his freaky time with Calypso later, and he had there's the love scene between him and Hathaway's Penelope earlier in the movie. I think it was a safe choice to skip the Cersei love affair for this movie.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that did crack me up. I'm like, all right, they're not showing us, but there's no way. I mean, 7 years on the island with Charlize Theron, like,
Yeah.
no, I don't buy that for a second. So yeah. Oh God. Okay, so I am like skipping over a couple things here and there, but It's just for the sake of like, there's a lot in this movie, so I want to make sure we touch on uh, some really key things. I want to really talk about the story of Sinan, played by
Yeah.
Elliot Page,
Yeah.
which was one of my favorite parts of the film. Um, and oh my God, guess what? He wasn't playing Achilles
Yeah,
after
that
all that.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, like that obviously was just like pure rage bait crap. To
Yeah,
stir up the fact that Elliot Page, who is a trans man, like, how dare they cast him in this movie in any role? And of course, the way to maximize that rage is to claim that he's playing Achilles, who is the manliest man who ever manned. And as it turns out, no, Achilles is not in this movie because Achilles is dead by the end of the Trojan War, and he's mentioned exactly once. And so, like, yes, it was always a bad faith, argument. And guess what? The character that he is playing in this movie as Sinan is, yes, the character is not in the original Odyssey poem. He's in the Aeneid, but he's instrumental to the story of the Trojan horse, and in that story, which is told from the Trojans' perspective with Aeneas, obviously Sinan is presented as a fraud and a trickster, and I believe he's like consigned to Dante's hell in his adaptation of the Inferno. And I love the fact that Christopher Nolan like actually took the opportunity to reframe this character, as someone more worthy of our sympathy, and like gave him an actual real complex story. Because I will just note, because this movie is told non-linearly, when they are, presenting us Elliot Page's Sinan, the character actually dies like in the first 3 minutes of the movie's screen time. I have to admit, I was a little taken aback, like, oh, is that it? Is that all we have Elliot Page for? And as it turns out, no. He actually plays an instrumental role for Odysseus' character and for Antinous' character. And incredibly effective in his performance. Both in most of his scenes, but never more so than in the Hades sequence, where like you get reminded of actually like what a great actor Elliot Page is, because he crushes that
yeah.
scene.
What comfort that could that have been to me, not knowing you were there? Like what a performance! Like, he's not in that much of the film, but I really do feel like he's one of the standout performers in the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just, and like, and telling Tenuous, you know, uh, or to give Antinous back his shame, which Odysseus then does at the end of the film. Like, it's so fucking good. Yeah, absolutely. Um, just yeah, I was blown away by his work. And just that sense of betrayal he feels from Odysseus for not trusting him with the truth, and the fact that then he had to find out you know the truth from the dead in Hades, and it was just so effective. And then the fact that he becomes like a sort of almost moral compass of the film, especially as Odysseus returns to Ithaca, and basically honors um his oath to Sinan. It just so good. And I will say, like, you know um as someone who is non-binary and is finally learning to allow themselves to embrace being trans, just hearing the line, uh Sinan was the bravest man I've ever known. To hear that in the movie, in, in the face of all this bullshit from, all these, bad faith actors, attacking the movie and attacking his casting and all that stuff. Like, I'm so glad that, it's a line that perfectly serves the film and the character and all that, but also it feels like it has extra resonance beyond that as well. And
Yeah.
so I just, that felt really, really good. And yeah, and I love that he got to play such a phenomenal character who I think is, makes a huge impression, in the film, even with a relatively small amount of screen time. And I love that, like, he's the first person that appears in the film, really. At least I think. I don't know.
He technically it's Travis Scott as the
Is it
bard.
okay? All right,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
That
but Elliot Page is pretty close.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if if yeah if the you know if we got a shot of the horse and Elliot Page in frame first, or if it was the muse or the bard. Uh, so yeah, so I need to see the movie more times. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
But it was really just really impactful. That he is, aside from the bard, he is the first character that we see in the film.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought he was used incredibly effectively, even with like relatively limited screen time. And it's a reminder again of just how talented Elliot Page is. Former Academy Award nominee before his transition. And the fact that like he had worked with Christopher Nolan on Inception, and unfortunately he hasn't worked that much in Hollywood since. I know he was in the Umbrella Academy. I know he's done a couple of smaller movies, but like for Christopher Nolan to essentially give him this platform again, just because he wanted to work with him again, and the fact that he was so like willing to essentially ignore the quote unquote controversy around his casting. And props to Nolan for always having a great line when somebody asked him about like the casting controversies around this movie. He basically just shot back like, "Yeah, guys, I spent 10 years of my life dealing with Batman fans. These people are nothing." I'm just like, bravo, Nolan, bravo. And but in this case, like the fact that we see that Sinan like is so like instrumental to Odysseus's guilt, because in order for the deception of the Trojan horse to work, he has to lie to him because he needs the authenticity of his true reaction even as he is dying. And the sad truth of it is that Sinan said, "I would have died for you, like I would have kept this secret," but Odysseus felt he couldn't take that chance, even though he is implied kind of really looked after and loved Sinan almost as like a surrogate son, since his own son was far away. And it makes sense that like this is one of the things that is haunting him, and then to have Sinan come back as a shade. And shades, as they said, don't bring comfort. They essentially seek news of the people who have wronged him. And even though Sinan loved Odysseus, he does not spare the fact that you wronged me. And the fact that he gives him the information that he needs, and he also, I won't say forgives Odysseus, but kind of offers him that grace note at the end where he says, like, you at least buried me with honor. I thank you for that. But all the other men who you have not buried, like, this is how you can ultimately make amends to them. I think that is what Odysseus really needs to achieve catharsis at the end of the story. And the fact that he takes on Sinan's name briefly when he returns to Ithaca and is in disguise, I thought was a beautiful touch. And the last thing I'll say is, in terms of, again, small moments of humor in the movie, I love in the moment when we learn that Sinan has volunteered to stay behind and Odysseus is, distraught. He's like, "Why did it have to be you? Why did you have to volunteer?" And Sinan gives his reasons, and then he has the great moment where he's like, "Tell my father what I did." Odysseus, feel free to add some stuff.
Yeah, and another great moment of his performance is when he's telling Odysseus about, that his father arrived in Hades and having, died, poor and, and just in squalor, and Odysseus says, Antinous cheated you, and the way that Elliot Page delivers, as he's no doubt cheating you. How? Who's in Ithaca looking after your wife and son? It's just, yeah, it's so good.
So good. And obviously, like, the performances would be great, regardless. But we have to underscore before we leave the Hades sequence, like, just how fucking cool the Hades sequence is. Like, the way that they practically shot it, like, on a black sand beach in Iceland. The fact that they actually, like, buried the performers in, under the sand so that they could physically rise up out of the grave, and the kind of the eerie quality of the midnight sun looming over them. It gives it a very otherworldly feel, about as much as you can achieve practically, like, on Earth. And even without, like, what the trappings of we classically think of with Hades, like the river Styx and the Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and, like, the halls of Hades and Persephone, like, you believe that this place is hell. And we get another great moment of horror at the end, where when Tiresias calls out Odysseus, for, like, all the men who he has not buried, who are essentially coming to make Odysseus share in their dishonor. And in the trailer, it was almost portrayed like, like Odysseus was leading a charge, and you see, like, oh, no, he's running from these guys because they want to they want their pound of flesh.
So great. Like, and again, like, all these sequences, have their own flavor, and, are each, wonderfully, creepy and disturbing in their own ways. Uh, one sequence we didn't really dive into, and I don't want to make too much of it because we've still got a bit to talk about, is the scene with the
The Lastrygonians.
yeah, the Lastrygonians, and, like, which again is another technical marvel of just, using, like, also getting really, tall, stunt doubles, but also getting, like, shorter stunt doubles, and, like, doing the forced perspective thing, and like, all these creative things, which is, takes me back to tricks they did on the Lord of the Rings films, and stuff like that, and yeah, doing that kind of stuff practically is just great. Like I said, we're not gonna delve into it too much, because I want to get to a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, that's a great sequence, and full of, like, creepy magic too, as the Odysseus men are ensnared, in the woods by, like, all the vines and stuff and trees that are moving. So that was cool too.
It absolutely was, and another, like, real feat of practical filmmaking. As you said, the forced perspective, the well documented anecdote now that Matt Damon's stunt double in that sequence was a 4'6" woman named Devin Dalton, with, as Matt Damon, blessed her, the greatest arms I've ever seen, because it's that we obviously get to see Matt Damon in the close-up, but for a lot of the technical fighting sequence, or I should say the massacre sequence, it's the stunt people, and they, like, the way that Nolan, kind of uses almost the chaos and the cutting of that sequence to his advantage, and, like, just showing how disoriented and terrified the men are, and like the trees moving around, and like you're just like, what the hell is this place? Also another like horror coded moment when they find the child version of the last Dragonian, and then you see that like this thing ain't human, guys, and the like the scream it lets out, you're just like that, that would
It gave me like a little tiny Mordred and Excalibur vibes. That was creepy.
yeah. Yeah.
But also before I forget, and like it seems like we should devote a lot more time to him than we're gonna have time for. But I also really want to highlight uh may not pronounce his name right, uh Himesh Patel,
Yeah, Himesh Patel, yeah.
as Eurylochus, I think.
Eurylochus, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked up specifically how to pronounce it before this stream, because I'm like, I kept saying like Eurylochus. I'm like, that's not right. No, it's Eurylochus.
Yeah. Yeah, there he is standing to on the right. What a fucking great performance from him. He is basically, he is the second in command of Odysseus, and I have loved his character more and more, like each time I've seen the movie, and especially like you can see him in like flashback moments, like when they're showing Odysseus in the hall, stringing his bow, and there's all the camaraderie, and you can see him there. So it's like he stands out like more and more in like moments like that when you go back to see the movie. But even like the stuff, the main stuff that he's in, like in the I guess it's all kind of flashbacks. I was going to say present day, but it's not really, because it's Odysseus, flashing back to these events. But I just love, because it's, his character like really loves Odysseus, and and has faith in him, but is given cause to question it over the course of the film. I think he's as loyal as he can be up to a point, but he also, I think it's foremost on his mind about like keeping the other men from completely revolting on Odysseus, and um and I just really loved him. I thought his performance was really good, and he was a very likable character, and yeah, I just um and I've really enjoyed the interviews that he's given about talking about how he never would have expected to get like a role like this,
Yeah.
and it's just so gratifying, and yeah, I just love the moment where Odysseus is like, is this a mutiny? He's
Yeah.
like, that's up to you.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had so many great moments.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we're shouting him out, because he's a performance. It's, I won't say it's easy to overlook, but just it's like when in a movie stack with so many great performances, because Himesh Patel is not like one of the bigger names in the cast. Like, you can forget how great he is, and then you watch the movie, and it's like impossible to not to see like just how like essential his character is as kind of, not only Odysseus' second in command, but also his like his kind of his bridge to the rest of his men. I actually think in the original poem, Eurylochus is meant to be Odysseus's brother-in-law. They don't really like explain that in this movie, but you can see the kind of like familial, like brotherly bond that they have at the beginning, at least. And the fact that,
Well, like that he twice in a row says, "Lucky bastard."
Lucky bastard, yeah, and it, it's the kind of thing that, like, as you said, even though ultimately Eurylochus starts to like lose his trust in Odysseus, you can tell he still has like a lot of affection for him, and he, really like just is questioning Odysseus's methods in a way that he wasn't before. Because of course, like they're going through all these incredible trials, and the men believe in many respects that it's Odysseus's fault that they're in this situation because he is they believe he offended Poseidon with what happened to the Polyphemus, the Cyclops. But it kind of really does set up the one of the other core themes of this section of the story, which is essentially Odysseus's defiance of fate and defiance of the gods, because one of the things that he learns in Hades, of course, is from Tiresias, is that and Circe before that, is that he will make it home, but his men will not. None of them will survive. And he, having lost so many men at Troy, including Sinon, and still being racked with guilt about what he did to help win the war, of course he is becomes hell-bent on trying to save as many men as possible. And so even as he and Eurylochus are butting heads, Odysseus is doing it ultimately because he thinks this is what's necessary to save his men's lives. And ultimately, though, as Eurylochus kind of gets to stand in and say, we're making our own choices here. When they get to the sun god's isle, he says, we decided we would rather, drown than starve. We are making these choices ourselves. And Zendaya's Athena kind of reinforces that to Odysseus, but he still feels responsible for them. And that ultimately is one of his great sources of guilt and why his mind is so shattered when he finally washes up on Calypso's isle. So it's it's a really kind of heartbreaking moment when when they're finally separated and the ship is sinking, and we actually see as the mast falls on Eurylochus and Odysseus is calling out to him as he's swept away. It's heartbreaking because that this was a tragedy that perhaps could it have been avoided, or was it always doomed to happen this way? Because even though we don't see Eurylochus commit the sins that we know were committed in Troy, we see him save Odysseus. We don't see him terrorizing the citizens on the beach, but it's implied that he is just as guilty as any of them of the sins that they have committed. So it's a very effective performance.
And something else I want to touch on before we get to Odysseus's return home and you brought up Zendaya as Athena, and I want to talk about her as well as, by extension, the gods in this film, because I will acknowledge that the film leaves some room for ambiguity, but I also do not go along with the idea that the gods are somehow not real in this. I think that they absolutely are. I think in a movie that features a giant cyclops and also a witch who has the power to transform people into animals, I don't think it's a big leap to say that the gods are real in this version of the story. So I actually think that I know there's a completely valid interpretation of Athena as a manifestation purely of Odysseus's inner guilt, and I think that's completely valid. I think she is Athena, in my personal opinion, but in the guise of the priestess, who dies in Troy. And I thought that was really effective. I thought she gave a great performance of, of calling to helping Odysseus, but also being that reminder in his head of what he's done.
Yeah.
And and yeah, and it's not explicitly stated that you know that Calypso what or who Calypso is necessarily, but I do still take her as a sort of demigoddess. And so my read on the film was very much that yes, the gods exist in
Yes.
in the world that's being depicted. Um, I wasn't sure what your read on it was, but that was certainly my understanding.
It is my read as well that that the gods in this world do exist, even though no one chooses to portray them much more as almost like kind of elemental and unknowable figures. I personally think that that was the correct choice for this more grounded adaptation because the gods are a huge part of Homer's work in both the Iliad and the Odyssey to the point that they're almost like they sometimes join in the battle and are fighting right alongside the great heroes of Greece and Troy. And in the Odyssey, Athena is basically like Odysseus, because Odysseus is one of her favored sons. Like she is basically like constantly there for him and helping, helping him on his quest. And in many respects, shielding him from the worst of Poseidon's wrath. And there, obviously, like there were some people who would have preferred that we basically got like cutaways to Mount Olympus where we have like all the gods gathered and we get Poseidon raging and saying, "Let me kill Odysseus," and Zeus is like, "Nay, he still has a greater purpose to serve." I think that ultimately the choice to have Athena be the only goddess who appears in human form because she has the closest personal connection to Odysseus was a wise choice, and the way that I thought it was actually rather beautiful the way that she kind of underscored that choice when Odysseus kind of expresses his frustrations, like, "Why don't you gods talk in ways we can understand?" And she responds, "Who doesn't understand thunder? Who doesn't understand fire? Who doesn't understand pain? Who doesn't understand grief and loss and a child's smile?" Like, and in many respects, like this, these are things that even in our modern context where we now have a more monotheistic culture, like this is where people see God's will and God's hand in the acts of everyday life as well, and so it's very relatable in that way. And yes, but one of the things I absolutely love most about Zendaya's performance as Athena is the ambiguity of it. One, I just love the casting because, it's one of those things where, like, you're thinking of an actress who could play an immortal, like, Greek goddess, like Zendaya? Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. I buy that. But also just the way that she is kind of, she shows warmth to Odysseus, but also there's something about her that you get the sense that is not, like there's more to that story. And the moment of the reveal, like I vividly remember the first time I saw the movie when it's revealed, like during the sack of Troy, like the true kind of reason that why Athena's taking the form of this and Zendaya and this priest of Athena in Troy who was murdered. And that was one of my holy shit moments in the movie, in terms of how effective I was. And the thing, and you could interpret it multiple ways. You could interpret it as the idea that like this is just how Athena always looks, and Odysseus is like seeing her face as her statue was being headed and her temple was being raised. I personally subscribe to the idea that you mentioned, Gwen, that basically this is Athena. She's not a pure manifestation of Odysseus' guilt, but she is taking the form of this priestess of hers who was murdered and beheaded in the sack of Troy, as kind of a constant reminder of his sins and what he still needs to face before he can truly bring himself to go home. And
I
like,
will say I do also like the interpretation that I think that for me is the most interesting, but also I'd be lying if I said that my initial interpretation of that moment in the sacking of Troy wasn't that um, that it was what's the word I'm looking for? Symbolic. That
Symbolic, yeah.
we see Athena's statue being beheaded, and so seeing, Zendaya, being forced down and beheaded, like that could be symbolic of, Athena's, the statue being chopped off. So like I'm good with that interpretation too. I just think it's most interesting if Athena then chooses to take the form of, Zendaya as a priestess, as sort of a way to sort of haunt Odysseus throughout the film. Um, I and I'm perfectly fine with anybody who takes the interpretation that it is solely in Odysseus's mind, and this is a reflection of his own guilt. I just don't personally subscribe to that, because for me the gods are real in
Yeah.
the film, and so um but that's the beauty of things that are ambiguous, that everybody's free to have their interpretation of it. And I don't necessarily think that, like, any one of them is necessarily lesser than the other. It's just how you choose to interpret the film.
Yeah, yeah, and this is a case where I'm glad that Christopher Nolan leaves it open and has not like personally said, no, this was my intention with the way the scene was shot. And yeah, Brady's pointing out in the chat that his interpretation was that the priestess was Athena in disguise, and I think that works, just as well as
Yeah.
the interpretation that Gwen and I have.
Yeah.
And if you want to read that she's purely just a psychological manifestation of Odysseus's own guilt, then like you can read it that way too, because of course, as as she says, like who doesn't understand grief and guilt and all these things, like. So I think the answer is it can be any of them and it can be all of them all at once. But just in terms of her performance, like I thought that Zendaya was incredibly affecting, especially in the scene when Odysseus is revealing, what happened at Troy to Penelope, and we see Athena sitting by his side, and then she kind of reaches out her hand to him, and he takes her hand and is kind of holding it as he tells the story, and then when he like reveals the full truth about what happened, she's finally gone.
This is the point where I am at long last going to heap enormous praise onto one Ludwig Göransson.
Yeah.
Because his score throughout the film, without a doubt, but especially in this sequence with Odysseus's confession to Penelope, my jaw was dropped on the floor, and that has part of that has to do with the mic drop of that. Oh, this is a thematic idea of the film, but also Ludwig's music, which just underscored that so beautifully. And what I love, especially the theme that plays over this scene, is actually a theme that doesn't show up until a while into the film. I think its first appearance is when Odysseus and his men are running away from and help me again with the pronunciation,
Lastrygonians.
Lastrygonians. That's the first time I recall hearing the theme in the film. And so I think it's really interesting, like that that theme doesn't show up until then, and then it becomes sort of the linchpin of the emotion of this story. And I think it has a lot to do with this idea of the breaking of Zeus's law, and the fact that that's the sequence where Odysseus and his men arrive as visitors to this island, and they're immediately attacked, and that's almost like the sort of reaction then to what they have done at Troy, and in the other places they've stopped, as well as the other soldiers from Troy, and yeah, so I love that it then becomes this emotional undercurrent throughout the rest of the film. And and there's so many other beautiful themes throughout the film, like there's a theme for obviously the love story between Odysseus and Penelope, and you know, and the sort of pulsing music of when they flash back to Troy, about halfway through the film, and then one of my favorite musical refrains is returning to the plucking of the bow, which then when you hear it, you know, towards the end of the film when Odysseus, plucks the bow, and then the reaction of both Penelope and Eumaeus.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my god, so good, and the fact that it's part of the score is just so awesome. So yeah, like I wouldn't say, like, as far as like Nolan Göransson like team ups, Oppenheimer is still
Yeah.
like my top, just because of the use of the violin, and I love a good violin use in a score. But given like what Nolan wanted the score to be in terms of um feeling like it belonged in the world that we're seeing, and there are certain restrictions that go along with that. I don't think it could have come out any better. I just thought it was an amazing score, and it's a score that, like, I thought it was extremely effective the first time I saw the film, but on repeat viewings, it has stuck with me more and more. And now I am loving listening to the soundtrack, which I was very happy to get a physical copy of, and I just think it's beautiful. And that's the thing you can always say about Christopher Nolan films, among many other things, is that the scores to his films are always just incredible. So yeah.
No, I love this score. I agree that Oppenheimer is probably still my favorite of the Ludwig Göransson scores with Christopher Nolan, and probably my favorite Ludwig Göransson score overall, because it's just so thrilling and bombastic and dynamic. Whereas this score is a little bit more subtle, and part of that is, as you said, the Nolan's creative choice in collaboration with Ludwig Göransson to essentially use only like era appropriate instruments. So no classical orchestra, just they used like an ancient Greek woodwind instrument called an aulos, and they used lyres, and then they used drums, and they used gongs, and as a result, the score is a little bit, not like, it's not what we think of when we think of classic sweeping like epic scores, but the more you listen to it, the more you hear how well it's paired with the different, scenes. It's incredibly effective. I love the fact, like, most of the scores on the tracks are named after characters. You have Penelope's theme, which is gorgeous. You have Telemachus's theme. You have themes of, like, for Calypso and Agamemnon and Circe and the Cyclops. But the track that you were highlighting, the one that plays in full for the first time, Odysseus is recounting his account of the sack of Troy, is the titular Odysseus theme. And that makes it all the more effective when you realize it's been seeded in at earlier moments in the movie, like when they're escaping the Lastrygonians, and he has to leave most of his men behind to die on the beach. And as he's watching them get slaughtered by these monsters, he is obviously remembering the slaughter that they themselves inflicted in turn on Troy, and the fact that also his men, he will not be able to honor them in, that's a big theme of the fact that Odysseus is not able to, he's either unable or unwilling in the moment to sacrifice his own, goals in order to make sure his men have proper burial rites. The moment in the Cyclops' cave where one of his men, Elpenor, is killed, and his men are like, we're just going to leave him here for the monster to, like, eat. And he's like, he died helping us escape. We will honor him by escaping. But clearly it haunts him. Clearly it weighs on him. And it's what makes the ending of the movie so powerful when he finally has the opportunity to honor his men, even recognizing how, the sins that they committed together. And so, yeah, it's a great score, and I think that we are well on our way. Unless something truly spectacular comes out in the last few months of the year, I think we might be about to see we might be about to see Ludwig Göransson win his 4th Oscar in 8 years.
I think we'll be going have a thing between you know, Nolan past and future, because another composer that he frequently collaborated with, Mr. Hans Zimmer, will probably be up for a nomination for Dune Part 3.
Yeah, I the only reason I'm still favoring Göransson at the moment is because last time Hans Zimmer had a Dune score, the Academy couldn't get their head out of their ass, and like I just hope that I hope he has enough original music in his score to satisfy their bullshit requirement so they can give him the nomination he deserves.
If the movie is big enough, it won't matter. They'll
Yeah.
nominate it. It's the exact same thing happened with Lord of the Rings, where Two Towers was ruled ineligible, but Return of the King was so loved that they said, fuck it.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious because Two Towers had far more original material than Return of the King did. So, but yeah, so we approach, we come to the, the ending of the film as Odysseus returns to Ithaca, and
but before we do that, I just want to quickly highlight, because we can move quickly through the Charybdis and Scylla portion of because that's just kind of it's a more, it's a great sequence, and the whirlpool is practical, which is awesome. The Scylla, I think, has more CGI elements, but the moment I just wanted to make sure we didn't overlook is the siren song. When Odysseus is sailing his men past the sirens, and of course this is probably one of the most famous moments from the poem, right up there with the Cyclops, is the siren song. It has become embedded in our culture as a cautionary tale. And I thought it was an incredibly effective choice to the way that they chose to film it, to essentially film it in silence from the perspective of the men who have put the wax in their ears so that they can't hear it, because it's one of those things where, like, you can describe this, you can come up with the most beautiful piece of music in cinematic history for the siren song, and people will still be like, well, that's not something that would cause you to jump off the boat and run to her. And it's much more effective to just leave it up to our imaginations. And like when we see one of his men take the wax out of his ears and just go into like euphoria and leap off the ship towards the sirens, who we don't really see. I picture them all basically as the mermaid from The Lighthouse, like beautiful but freaky. But the reason I didn't want to skip over this scene is because holy fucking God, Matt Damon's performance in this scene is probably one of his best in the entire movie. Not only like just the raw anguish of seeing him chained to the mast and screaming as he is, being tormented by this beautiful, entrancing, like, poison essentially that's coursing through his veins, but then the decision to have the voiceover of him describing like what the siren song actually like meant to him, and him talking about how it's it's like, of the promise of everything you ever wanted, but then you realize like it's the delicious itch under your skin that you can't reach, because the what you want most is what you have already have, and you already had, and what you can never have again. And that was another like holy shit moment for me in the movie, and just how like effective and haunting I found that decision. And it's incredibly important because, of course, how he closes that speech, he says, and it told me that I don't really want to go home. It's one of the things that is kind of keeping him on his voyage, is his profound guilt and his need to essentially, defy the gods and and try to save the lives of his men. And ultimately, the only way he's able to make it home at the end, as Calypso tells him, is that he has to essentially surrender himself to the sea, to the mercy of Poseidon, to his guilt, to his punishment. And as she characterizes it, like, it's a leap of faith that you have not yet made, Odysseus. And of course, that's the thing that finally gets him home.
Yeah. And I utterly despise the fact that that scene has become a meme, because I think it undercuts like how beautiful of a moment it is, and how extraordinary Matt Damon's performance is. That's the way I feel about a lot of memes, to be honest. Um, and but yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. And yeah, and then you also mentioned Calypso, and like I also don't want to skip over just what a great job Charlize Theron did in the role, because, and it's very interesting because like Calypso in this version is, a bit different from what we usually get, not entirely, but a little bit. It's because, in the poem, Calypso is very much who, wants Odysseus to be, her lover and stay with her, and that's very much also true here. But also she's operating as, as someone who's guiding Odysseus through his pain.
Yeah.
And I think it's, I think there's very much like an awareness at the beginning of the film that like their time is, that it's actually time for Odysseus to, you know, to find his way home, and that the gods are kind of knocking. Um, and so she knows that time is, their time together is winding down. So she knows she has to get him ready for that. But I think that she has been helping him kind of deal with that pain over the course of the 7 years that she's been there. And she says, like, for whatever reason, you weren't ready to go home. And, um, and she was probably like, okay. Um, but then it comes, to this point, and she is begrudgingly, like, okay, I need to get you ready now to face, what you've been afraid to face. And and I've heard, people describe, you know uh the storyline as basically Odysseus gets therapy from Calypso, and I don't think that's altogether wrong. I think it's a vast oversimplification, but I think in a sense that's very much true. Um and and I was so happy that Charlize ended up playing this role, because I know there was like speculation, and then taken as outright confirmation by a lot of people that she was playing Circe in
Yeah.
the film. And it's like, yeah, how about we learn the lesson that if something isn't officially confirmed by the filmmaker or studio, maybe don't take rumor as fact. Um, because from day one, I was like, she would be a phenomenal Calypso. Not just because she's one of the most stunningly beautiful women in the world, but also because she's an incredible actress. And I just think I knew she would nail that role. And so I love their final scene together, where it's really powerful, I think, where she's building him towards this revelation. And then again, you got Ludwig's music that just hits at that moment when, you know, when he looks down at what is it? Uh, what
The pendant of Athena.
The pendant, yeah, and the music hits, and he goes, Penelope, and it was just so powerful. And yeah, all leading up to that line that you just said, about when she says, that he has to give himself over. And Yeah, I thought she gave a beautiful performance and like one of the most important performances in the film. Because again, I feel like it's almost one of those things that one of those performances that can almost fly under the radar because really it's the narrative device of the entire film is of almost the entire film is Odysseus relaying the story to Calypso and what he's been through. And so, yeah, I just thought she did a great job. And yeah, also she's breathtakingly beautiful. So I'm never going to complain about Charlize Theron being
Yeah.
in any movie ever.
Yeah, I mean, she has rarely looked better than she has in this movie. Like, truly, like a mortal demigoddess indeed. And it's easy for some people to reduce her to just that. Like, there's the joke of
Mm-hmm.
like, Odysseus, like, he did have a, pretty good. Like, if you have to be imprisoned for somewhere for 7 years, being stuck on a beautiful sunny beach with Charlize Theron feeding you lotus flowers is probably pretty close to the top of the places I would choose too. But obviously, like it's more complicated than that. And I also despise the line of criticism I've seen from a select bad faith view that her character basically just exists as like an exposition device for Odysseus. I'm like, that's such a reductive reading of what Charlize is doing here. Um,
Yeah. No.
she is like I think we see like the love and affection that she has for Odysseus, but also the guilt that she feels for because, as you mentioned, like the reason that she was giving him the lotus flowers in the first place was because when he washes up on the shore, his mind is effectively shattered. He like it can't face the fact that he's lost all of his men. He's essentially, in many respects, it feels like being driven insane by his grief and his loss. And so her giving him the lotus flowers almost like an act of compassion, like a basically like a sedative to soothe like a patient in distress. But as she points out, like she didn't make him continue to take the lotus flower. She says, "You ate it so willingly." And it's because, as you pointed out, he wasn't ready to go home yet. And as she, as he stayed there with her, and she says, like, "I grew to love you, and we were happy. Like you were happy, I was happy, like we were happy." And yes, there's the joke of all the off-screen sex between the two that we don't see, which I'm sure was fun for them both. Um, but it's the emotional like connect because like Odysseus is a man who's worthy of love, and clearly Calypso is a woman who's worthy of love as well. It's just that their time together had to be limited because Odysseus, has another place to be, and he always feels there's something not right. I think it's to Calypso's credit that ultimately, like, even though she's in love with Odysseus, she recognizes in many respects of her own free will that it's time. It's time for him to remember. It's time for him to ultimately go home and to leave her. And it speaks to the old classic, adage like you can love someone, but you cannot possess them. And if you truly love them, sometimes you need to set them free. And so she does.
Yeah, I thought there was. Yeah, I don't know. It goes back to the whole. I think argument with apparent people saying Nolan can't write female characters. I just I think it's a load of horse shit, honestly. Um, and like I think we're shown how much she cares about Odysseus, and I think it's a great, as you said, it's a great testament to how much she actually cares about him. That when the time comes, she is able to let him go. So, which to my mind is far more dynamic a character than we actually get in the original poem. Although
Yeah.
maybe that's unfair. It's been a while. I'm probably basing most of that off of the '97 miniseries. Um,
Yeah.
which again, Vanessa Williams was absolutely gorgeous. So no complaints there. But Calypso was also someone who just wanted a lover and had to be, lectured by the other gods that you
Yeah.
have to let him leave. So yeah, I I thought like what they did with her was really interesting.
Yeah.
Um, and then Odysseus, returns home in
Yes.
disguise. Um, Yeah, it was funny because when the movie started off and we had got introduced to this concept of the beggars, and you don't know who the beggars might be in disguise. Actually, not knowing what the exact timeline of the movie was going to be and when certain things would be taking place, I even wondered if the beggar we get introduced to in the beginning of the film was actually going to turn out to be Odysseus under like a glamour or something. But then as the story went on, I was like, no, okay, that doesn't it's not time yet. Um, but yeah, no, I love, him coming home and, the stuff with him and Eumaeus and, and the fact that when he tells Eumaeus that Odysseus is alive, Eumaeus doesn't want to hear it because, like, I think he's given up on hope at that point and he doesn't want to still hold on to hope that Odysseus might actually return. And but then there's that great exchange between them when he says Odysseus is, you know, you know, is alive, and he says, is he coming home? Is he coming home soon with vengeance? Bringing it all, and
Yes.
it's just so great.
That's a classic example of a moment. It was used in the trailer as like a hell yes kind of pump up moment before the score kicks in, and it's used similarly in the movie, and it's even more effective when we get the bringing vengeance, bringing it all, and then we get Ludwig's score like ratcheting up to a higher key, and I just remember chills going down my spine when that happened. Because yeah, we at this point we are well ready to see Odysseus, kick some ass and take some names. But of course, he has to be smart about it. He has to be clever about it. He is using Agamemnon's advice to not just walk in the front door, in a more effective way. But it's also so gratifying in the scene to see Eumaeus's faith rewarded, even if he doesn't fully recognize yet that his friend and his king is home. But yeah, the ultimately the scene where Odysseus links up with Telemachus at the temple of Athena, and then they confront the assassins, and poor Mentor gets
Yeah,
poisoned, but then when and I'm sorry, I don't remember the character's name, but the actor who plays Balatik in the Force Awakens is just like
they're
sneering at
called
Odysseus.
Volunteer.
Yeah, in the is just sneering at Odysseus, and almost as thrilling as the moment when Clytemnestra stabs Agamemnon, or when Odysseus shoots Polybus in the throat, is the moment when Odysseus just absolutely kills that guy, and he just and because we've been waiting for that for nearly 3 hours, and it's so gratifying to see him take on those assassins.
Yeah. Oh God. And yeah, I'm glad that like it's funny because we have to do the whole thing where Telemachus doesn't know it's Odysseus yet, but it's like it's nice that it doesn't take too long, and it's through knowledge that Telemachus has been given by Eumaeus that he figures it out on his own. Once Odysseus, leans down to pet Argos, who then
Oh
promptly
man,
dies, and it's just oh god, like I'm a sucker
yeah.
for dog stories in movies, and like it's like I know he's lived a long life and he was just waiting for his master to come home, but I was so sad when he died.
Yeah, it was incredibly, moving and effective, and I thought that they really played into the emotion of that moment. Yes, Brady points out, Baloti, good to see you, and uh, And in this case, I actually don't remember. Balatik doesn't get eaten by the Rastars in Force Awakens, so in this case, his fate is far more satisfying. Um, but also when we get to that moment, as you said, when Odysseus is greeted by Argos, and Argos recognizes him before passing away, and that is the key that Telemachus needs to know that this man is his father, and the way they kind of beautifully acknowledge it without openly like racing and embracing each other when he says like, "You're Odysseus, you're my father," and he says, "I'm a beggar," but he's like, when you finally meet your father, know that he will be so proud of you. And then welcome home, stranger. So good. Like this is like Tom Holland. Bravo, man. That was a great moment for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna cry if we talk about it much more. It's just
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah, I will say first for me the greatest dog story ever is Homeward Bound, which is also based on the Odyssey. Much like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
But at least like they all make it home.
Yeah.
So like I don't have to you know, we you know we're teased with the older dog doesn't make it, but then he does.
Yes.
So yeah, and that's a kids movie, so they're not gonna kill any of the dogs and traumatize children. Anyway, getting sidetracked. And so, we've talked about Odysseus's scene with Penelope. So I won't retread that because I think we've done a great job talking about that. But then when oh god, you can always tell when it's getting later because then I start to like space on characters' names. Okay, when Antinous gets ready to like he's gonna kill Telemachus, or at least try to. Then Penelope, comes out and declares that she's going to hold a contest for the suitors, and whoever wins the contest she will agree to marry. And I'm sitting in the audience going because this is the part of the story that I've just been waiting for, because it's just like I do think it's one of the most, like, the third act or the final act of the Odyssey is like just one of the most satisfying final acts of any story. And so I was so excited once we started getting down to it. And yeah, just the whole thing with like each of the suitors trying to string the bow, and like them getting frustrated, and this bow hasn't been strung in years. um and and yeah, and I'm again gonna highlight like what a little shit Antinous is, and like the fact that, and when Tom Holland walked up to him and says, "Your turn," and he goes, "There's no need," because he doesn't want to be like, the weakling doesn't want to be seen as weak. Um, and yeah, my lady has made her point, and you know, we've all tried, and I haven't. And then of course there's the damn meme. Somebody get these beggars out of here. And yeah, and the fact that Odysseus kind of toys with them a bit first, or he's just warming himself up, but I think he is toying with them a bit, because then, when they're all like, "Oh, old man," then he does it without even breaking a sweat. He flips it around, bends it down, puts it up, and they're all like, and it's silence. They're like, what? And then without breaking a sweat, then he
Yeah.
then
Well,
he,
first he twangs the bow to
yeah,
like
that's what I was gonna say. First he does, and then like Penelope stops dead in her tracks. Eumaeus hears it, and he's like, his reaction is everything. And then Odysseus, fires the bow straight through, and like you get the like that's like nothing about that is even the slightest bit challenging for him. Like he knows
yeah.
he's like he doesn't even have to think about it. And then the uh Euro
Yeah.
it's so great. Like I said, so satisfying. And then all hell breaks loose. And it's just like I was like so giddy sitting in my theater seat watching this. It's like, yes, kill them all.
Yeah. You're completely correct that like the final act of the Odyssey is so epic in and of itself that it could basically be its own movie. And like in fact it was. There was a movie I think a couple years ago called The Return that would
Yeah.
starred Ralph Fiennes and Juliette Binoche that was basically just this part of the Odyssey that they were able to blow out into a nearly 2 hour movie. And in
Yeah.
this case, it's a little bit more compressed, but also like we've gone on such an epic journey with Odysseus, and it's such an emotional journey that like at this stage we're ready for him to kill some fools. And the fact that like the expert staging of it, like the great shot up on the screen here when Penelope emerges with the bow and kind of issues her challenge. And I love the little heartbreaking moment when Odysseus is apparently struggling to string the bow, and we see Penelope's face fall and like her eyes start to well up with tears because at this point she suspects that this man is her husband, but like she still needs the proof, and like in that moment it almost feels like she's losing him all over again, and then he strings it and pulls the bow, and she stops dead in her tracks and just and Antinous shits his pants and tries to get out of the out of the hall, and of course cannot because the doors are locked. And yeah, and then the slaughter begins. The first the 12 axes through your, and then the slaughter begins. And this is just like also great action. Like this is our Jason Bourne moment in the movie, and the fact that he's still got it is pretty thrilling. Even though it's like I do appreciate that they don't make it easy for Odysseus to like because it is the fact he
he's
is
not a
yes
superhero.
yeah.
He takes a lot of hits, and yeah, but he's still a fucking badass.
Yes, and
I
yeah,
love the beat with Eumaeus where he grabs on a Telemachus and he's like, "Is it him? Is it him?"
yeah, uh, yeah.
It's so
And
great.
there were so many like great little things woven in, to the way the scene is cut and edited. And we'll need to praise Jennifer Lame at the end of this stream, but in particular, like how this is intercut with the scenes of Telemachus's fight with Menelaus in the upstairs that ultimately pays off with Telemachus using the wisdom that he gained from his tutelage under Eumaeus to invite the enemy's attack and use that as his opening to defeat him. And we already mentioned the hilariousness of Antinous basically screaming at all of his men, "Get the swords, get the shields, get the spears," while doing fuck all himself.
No, walk up when they've got Odysseus surrounding and says, "Did you really think you could defeat all of us?" And it's
Yeah,
like, you little shit.
yeah.
But then Odysseus is like, "So long as I get you."
And get him he does because he gets the sword assist from Telemachus. I also love during this sequence, like as he's killing more and more of the men, some of them like just stop fighting and kneel, like, and more and more and more of them start doing it.
Well, yeah, because that's
It's,
what you may have said at the beginning of the film. Kill a few of them, the rest will
Yeah.
fall in line. They're cowards.
Yeah.
And yeah, it gets to a certain point where they're just like, Odysseus has come home. This is gonna go his direction. Let's just let's just bow and before it's too late. Yeah, it's that's so great. I love that. Yeah, Brady, like it would have been great, but I'm totally fine with the whole film was shot in IMAX and like I'm totally fine. But yeah, if ever there was going to be like an aspect ratio expansion at any point in the
Yeah.
movie, like this would have been like where you'd get it.
Yes.
But,
But yeah, and ultimately, of course, it culminates with Odysseus facing down Antinous, and after he had given Antinous back his shame earlier during the feast scene, where Antinous was clearly shaken, but basically denied everything, and now he cannot deny the fact that he was always a coward. He did not want to go to Troy ever. It was always bullshit. And the fact that Odysseus takes the moment to give him back his shame by literally driving the lot down his throat before he impales him in the heart is one of the more satisfying villain deaths I've seen in a good long while.
yeah, I just love like it's like Antinous is not like an all-timer villain. But I just love Robert Pattinson so much in the role because he is such a coward
Yeah.
and he is such a little shit at every turn. That it is just so satisfying to see him get his comeuppance, and so yeah. Um,
Yeah.
it was great. Like I just remember, like my mind goes back to again to the '97 miniseries, and Antinous is played by Eric Roberts in that, and he's a bit of a threatening presence. And not to say that Robert Pattinson's Antinous like isn't threatening because he is a danger, like, um, but not on his own accord. Like he's going to have other people do things for him. He's going to dress up in armor and look the part, but he's not gonna risk his own skin at any point. And so, yeah, it's just a thoroughly entertaining portrayal um, of a hilariously weak villain.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, as I said, like he's a villain who really doesn't have any redeeming qualities, and sometimes we love our villains to be complex and have like layers, and like maybe their perspective from a different point of view could be the right one. There's none of that with Antinous. We're just like, this guy's a shit heel and he needs to get got. But Robert Pattinson plays him to the hilt to the very end. And even though we don't see it, we have the extra delicious knowledge that in this world, it's not just like eternal blackness awaiting him. After he dies, he has to go to Hades, and there he is going to be confronted with Cinna, whose shame he essentially caused, and Cinna will get to look at him and say, "Hey, buddy, remember me? Yeah, you didn't work out for you in the end, did
it?" Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's the PG version of what he's going to be treated with.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then just like the epicness of like after he's killed him, and then you've got all the others bowing down to him, and then of course he is going, did he win?
You had to do it. You had to have a little joke to lighten the moment after all the epicness there. Yeah, so good.
And then just like again the music and and then Penelope opens the doors and just and the voiceover, Matt Damon's voiceover starts about the tales that will be told about Troy, and they'll only be sung, and like and and we're starting to see this montage of Telemachus and Penelope, and you're like, oh God, are we gearing up for Odysseus dies at this point? And it feels like we're gearing up towards that. And Odysseus is in her arms and says, I had to come see my beloved Ithaca one last time, and she's like, "No, you can't. You have to live." And he says, "Not death, exile."
Yeah,
And then we cut to he's perfectly fine.
yeah, which I mean, nobody has asked Chris Nolan this. I have to believe, or at least I will choose to believe, it's a little nod to the Dark Knight Rises. And,
oh my God, I didn't even catch that.
And the famous death or exile, death by exile version of well, with the Scarecrow. God, I love that movie. But in particular, I thought what was so effective about this is, of course, it's paying off again. Like, this movie is so elegant in the way it ties all its strings together. The fact that, one of the reasons that Telemachus wasn't able to drive the suitors out earlier, and Penelope, of course, is because like they didn't have the manpower to overcome all these suitors. But part of the reason is because of this whole idea of Zeus's law, and the idea that even though these suitors have invaded their home and are still and are treating them abysmally and eating them out of house and home, like, they can't just kill them because that would violate Zeus's law. And this is, and it would also piss off the wealthy and powerful families. Essentially, take vengeance and force whoever did this into exile or death. And in this case, Odysseus, who has like been racked with guilt about violating Zeus's law and breaking it for the world, essentially agrees to take on that burden one more time. It's like, yeah, I feel terribly bad about this, but I will violate Zeus's law one more time for the road so we can get these fuckers out of here and my son can be king. And then I will go into the West with my beautiful wife chasing the escaping son.
Because technically killed somebody too, but nobody saw.
So nobody saw that. Yeah.
Cool. I love that Telemachus looks like he walked off the set of Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
In this final scene. I just fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Great job with costume design. I thought it looked absolutely amazing. And but yeah, and then just paying off, Odysseus and Penelope going, off into the sunset basically, and and finding peace together. And they're going to honor Odysseus's men, and then they'll go off and find their own happiness while Telemachus is king, which I thought was a beautiful resolution. Much prefer it to the cycle of violence that I think Odysseus is killed in the original story eventually, just because, of all the violence and the death and all that. I much prefer this as a resolution to the story, and I thought it was beautiful. And and then just this idea of, and I think it ends on a very hopeful note, not just in terms of the story itself, but also for the audience that it's speaking to. This idea that that people will forget, and there will be an opportunity to start over. And they'll forget the mistakes we made, and not in a sense of not learning from them, but like as in a chance for rebirth and to be given another chance. And And I feel like that's kind of a message that we want to hear these days, because it feels like so much is going wrong, and and maybe, you know, maybe it will come that things uh have to get worse before they get better, but they will get better. um Fingers crossed. But I thought it was a hopeful way to end the film. And even though they're about to enter a period of darkness, but light will rise again. And just, I thought, a brilliant choice to end on the the Trojan horse,
Yeah.
As a final shot of the film.
Yeah, the Trojan Horse in Flames. It was like it's one of Nolan is known for having like just absolutely like perfect like final shots to end his movies on. You know, the spinning top in Inception, the bat pod racing into the dark in The Dark Knight.
Cillian Murphy's face.
Cillian Murphy's face in Oppenheimer, and that's probably the one that is actually the closest to this movie, not only because of the thematic parallels to Oppenheimer, but in the fact that that movie ends with Oppenheimer talking to Einstein about the idea, how I said I feared that when we made this thing, we would we would start a fire that would destroy the world. I believe that we did. So that movie ends in a very kind of dark and ominous place. And in this case, we also see the fire in many respects that destroyed the world, because there's the beautiful moment from the earlier Penelope scene where Odysseus has the line, to burn the walls of Troy was to burn the world entire, including his home, which almost sounds like a poetic line from the Iliad, from the Odyssey itself. But in this case, as you said, it's reframed in a more hopeful context of the idea that, we will go through this dark period and men will like songs will be sung because that's all that they could remember of those of us who could write. But then a new day will dawn over the darkened world, and a new dawn will break over the darkened world, and our mistakes will once again be forgotten. And you can read into that some darkness in the sense that humanity will, repeat cycles and sometimes, not learn from our mistakes. But also there is hope in it because of the idea that a new day will dawn, and the sins of the past do not mean that you are doomed to repeat the future. There is always hope for what a new generation might be able to bring. And I think that that's what makes this film like actually such a beautiful counterpoint to Oppenheimer. The idea that, we may feel like we're at the end of this era of civilization, but, as long as we survive, what will come next is still within our power.
Yeah. And at this point, the end of civilization, is a different thing than Oppenheimer's end of civilization, because in the days of Odysseus, they did not yet have the ability to literally, um, set literal fire to the to the entire earth, just metaphorical. And so I think there is an opportunity for a more hopeful view of things at the end of this story. Maybe a little less so in Oppenheimer, but we'll see. We're still living that out. But yeah, no, I just, as we come to the end of this chat, I'm like, as we've gone through all this stuff, I'm once again just blown away by it's it's easy for people to brush off when you say like that you're blown away by the scale of something, to say, oh, it's all about the grandeur and the technical aspects of something. But I think, as we've covered throughout this discussion, so much of what's so beautiful about this film is in the intimate, and the writing and the performances, and the themes, and what it has to say about humanity, and where we've been, where we're going, and what lessons we can learn, and what is it that holds a society together. And I think that there are absolutely lessons to be learned from from this story in our modern day and age, which I think is why it's resonating so much. And so, yeah, I'm going to applaud the scale of the production and the filming with IMAX and the practical effects, the cinematography, and the direction and all that wonderful stuff. But I think what's going to make this film stand out so much, and what is making it stand out, is the fact that this is a big, huge production that is done in a way that nobody else would do it in this way these days. This is just fucking David Lean level of epic filmmaking that is unheard of nowadays. And his detractors may whine and complain, but in years to come, just as I just said, this is like David Lean level filmmaking. People in the future are going to say, wow, this was like Christopher Nolan level filmmaking. We're living in a great moment to see this filmmaker like come out every couple of years with a new fucking masterpiece. And that word is so overused. And part of me even cringes as I say that, like, another new masterpiece from Christopher Nolan, because it is so easy to overuse. But if the shoe fits, and I have been so often consistently blown away by what he has given us as a filmmaker, and the fact that 3 years ago we got Oppenheimer, which was such a mind-blowing, stunning piece of cinema, and then for him to follow it up with this, which I mean, I never had any doubt that it was going to be a fucking stunning piece of work because it was Christopher Nolan tackling the Odyssey. I had complete confidence, but there was so much against it. So many people ready to tear Nolan down, particularly after the enormous success of Oppenheimer, that unfortunately this movie had a lot to prove. And no matter what people were saying about it before it came out, it has made fools of anybody who doubted Nolan. Just look at the reviews, the audience engagement, the box office, and just wait for when the awards roll in. I don't think it'll win. I don't think it'll win Best Picture because I think Nolan had his victory with Oppenheimer. But it's still going to be enormously successful in terms of nominations and tech awards and stuff like that. So like, I'm like, where does he go from here? I don't know, but it's going to be great. And I think I just personally, I have the joy of saying, like, I just want him to just keep making movies, because every time a Christopher Nolan film comes out, I feel like what people must have felt like, with filmmakers like Stanley Kubrick, or any number of other, like, acclaimed filmmakers from times past. And I'm just so fucking happy that I'm a film fan in the age of Christopher Nolan, because I love his work, and I don't think anybody is doing it like he is. And thank you, Mr. Nolan, for so much, but especially for this version of the Odyssey, because you knocked it out of the fucking park.
No, I co-sign all of that. I feel very privileged that during this time in my cinematic, life experience, that I get to live in a time where I get to see Christopher Nolan making movies and making movies at the peak of his powers, because I do believe he has proven himself to be one of the most talented filmmakers, not only of his generation, but of any generation. And you mentioned that this movie had a lot to prove after Oppenheimer. I think that a lot of that was essentially, the internet, the world. When someone reaches the mountaintop, people get uncomfortable with just glazing them after putting them there, and they look for ways to tear them down. And it's a testament to, and there is a world in the hands of a less skilled filmmaker where this could have been like Nolan's great folly, like the great disaster after, and it's like, no, like he was just too cool, too smart, too collected, too talented. He took, the next most ambitious project he could make, and he delivered. Like, as you said, financially, this movie will be his highest grossing film when it's all said and done. It'll probably pass $1 billion this week and then settle around like 1.5 billion. It is his highest reviewed movie at this time. It's getting phenomenal audience scores. And yes, I think it will be a staple at the Academy Awards. I think it'll get double-digit nominations, like it could approach Sinner's nomination record. I have it beginning like 15 right now in my personal tally, and I don't think it's a stretch to say that it could win Best Picture. Like I need to see the rest of the field, because you said in order, it rarely happens for filmmakers to win movies back to back for their like Best Picture, Best Director. There've been some who've come close, like Francis Ford Coppola with The Godfather and The Godfather Part 2, although he did not win Best Director for the first Godfather. Alexander Iñárritu had Birdman and The Revenant, but he didn't win Best Picture for The Revenant. Fittingly, a name you just mentioned, the last filmmaker who won both Best Picture and Best Director for consecutive movies in their filmography, and I believe the only one who's ever done it, is David Lean for The Bridge on the River Kwai in 1957, which he proceeded to follow up with Lawrence of Arabia, which also won Best Picture and Best Director. And that's the territory we're talking about for Christopher Nolan. And I don't think it's far-fetched, because, we as an audience tend to be like hesitant about saying that someone or something is an all-time great when their career is not finished. But like at this point, like Nolan has kind of put up a resume that's hard to argue with. Like he's made 13 movies. Every single one of them has been, either financially successful or critically acclaimed, or both. Really, the only possible hiccup in his filmography, you could say, was Tenet, even though I think that movie is great, but that's because it was released in the middle of a fucking global pandemic. So, and Tenet is a lot of people are looking back on that movie, and some people think it's one of Nolan's best. I mentioned I wanted to single out Jennifer Lame. It's telling that, he had worked with Lee Smith as an editor for so many years, and then starting with Tenet, he has worked with Jennifer Lame on Tenet, and now Oppenheimer, and now the Odyssey. And I think it's telling that his films have a kind of almost leveled up in the complexity of their narrative structure in that era, being told in non-linear fashion in a way that still feels like seamless and thrilling and engaging. And that's a testament not only to Nolan's directorial vision, but to Jennifer Lame's editorial skills. Like, she won the Oscar for Oppenheimer. I think she would be eminently deserving to win for this. And I think Christopher Nolan himself would be eminently deserving of winning both Best Picture and Best Director, again, pending what other movies we see to come out this year, including Dune Part 3, which those two movies have essentially been 1 and 1A on my most hyped list for this entire year. And the fact that the Odyssey came out and delivered just has me with such high hopes for what Dune Part 3 could deliver as well. So I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that for me, I just had an absolutely thrilled and warm-hearted reaction to walking out of the movie, just feeling like I saw something truly special, a best of the decade contender. And while there have been other movies that I've grown to love more and more and more on repeat viewings, I can only hope that is the case for the Odyssey as well, because on my second viewing, I found it even richer and more engaging than the first. So I just, no one has said he's going to take a little bit of a break from, for the next couple years, because he's been making movies pretty consistently for the past 25. He's earned it, but whenever he comes back, how is he going to top this? I have no earthly idea, but I can't wait.
I'd crack up the fact that it was Oppenheimer was such a success beyond what and everybody thought that it gave him the opportunity to do whatever his dream project was going to be. And I'm just like, God, what does he get to do after this? Because with the success of this film, it's I can only imagine what his next project might be. So yeah. Yeah. And it's I acknowledge that the Dune Part 3 thing might more be from my personal list than the Academy. I do think it is primed to do very well with the Oscars because it is the third part of a trilogy. It's coming out in December, which neither of the other two Dune films had the luxury of. Even Dune Part 1 came out in October, I think. And then Part 2 got pushed to March. Because of the strikes. And so this is the first of the films that is coming out right in Oscar, prime time Oscar season. So I actually think if Denis was ever going to get nominated for Dune, it's going to happen this year, depending on how the movie itself does. I have very high confidence in Denis to deliver something spectacular. So, and then there is a science fiction bias, but only until there isn't.
Yeah.
Because we've had more sci-fi films, actually, sci-fi-ish films win, best picture. And so I think if it's a film, it'll then they'll award it. But yeah, it's all conjecture until we actually see the film. I just feel if that does really well with the nominations and the hype, and I think that that could give it an edge over the Odyssey, just in terms of, like I said, Nolan was just Oppenheimer was such a crowning achievement, for him. So I think if they decide they want to award Dune, I think this will be the opportunity to do it. But if not, maybe you're right. Maybe they do say, fuck it. Christopher Nolan did it again. And we're on board the Christopher Nolan train now, after years of not nominating him for Best Director. And let's give it to him again. I won't complain because fuck, the Odyssey would be one hell of a Best Picture winner. So, yeah. But we'll see. And then as far as my own list for the year, I pretty much already have it mapped out. And even without having seen some of the movies that I know are going to end.
Yeah.
I know Dune 3 is probably going to be in my top 5, and I'm pretty sure Werewolf will be too.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Odyssey, and for me, Girls Like Girls is solidly in my top 5, and then so
Project Hail Mary.
And Project Hail Mary, which is not budging from my top 5. And hopefully that'll do very well at the Oscars too. I suspect it will. So, but yeah, so it's been a really it's been and will continue to be a really good year for movies, I feel like. So
yeah. I agree. There's kind of a moment about how the box office is really kind of thriving on the strength of a lot of these kind of breakout movies. Not only things like,
which it was all just doom and gloom, like
yeah.
a month or two ago. So yeah.
But you know, like Project Hail Mary, the movies like Obsession and Backrooms being so successful on such small budgets from, you know, young YouTube inspired filmmakers, and but now like the Odyssey and Spider-Man Brand New Day, and like, you know, this we're on track to have the most billion-dollar movies since 2019 when there were 9. There's been 3 already with Super Mario Galaxy movie, Michael, and Toy Story 5, and the Odyssey and Spider-Man Brand New Day will certainly join that list. Most likely Avengers Doomsday as well, perhaps perhaps Doom Part 3 as well. And then just like the fact that these movies are like exciting audiences and getting them excited to go back to the movie theater, like I think this is great. Like this is really kind of, and even movies that like so quote unquote like didn't live up to like their financial billing, like they still have their champions as well. Like we've loved a lot of the movies that people say are quote unquote box office disappointments. And that's because ultimately these, you know, our taste is subjective. But
have you gotten to watch Masters of the Universe yet?
I have not, but I just saw that it was just released on Amazon Prime, and so I'm gonna watch it, you know, hopefully within the next like week or two, because my dad actually watched it and he said it was a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm glad that we talked about this returning, because, you know, it felt like, you know, we owed it to ourselves, and, you know, I didn't want to wait until later on down the line when it came out on home video. It was much more rewarding talking about it now, striking while the iron's hot. Yeah, what a beautiful film, and yeah, I think it'd be an understatement to say I think it's going to be a classic. Just an incredible piece of work, and yeah, Mr. Nolan, take the break if you want, but I will be anxiously anticipating news of your next film.
Yes,
Without a doubt.
I think he and his lovely wife Emma Thomas, who is the producer on this movie, as she produces all of his movies, they should take a very nice trip and relax and unplug. Not that Christopher Nolan's a very online guy, but unplug even more. I heard that they just got a dog.
But when they come back, take the known trade routes.
Yes. Take a route with known provisions. Don't that was one of those like more hilarious moments is when the guy tries to warn him at the village, like, if you go that way, the way of the southerly winds, you will not like the things you find. And it's like, dude knew what he was talking about. Maybe you should. But then of course, like that kind of speaks to the classic, you know, things of like when people look at this epic movie and they're like, if the character did one thing differently, then it's like end movie. And it's like, in this case, I mean, he still would have had to deal with the suitors when he got back, but it would have been funny if it's just like she's like, you know what? I'll just follow Agamemnon on the known trade route, and then
if he had followed Agamemnon, he would have been home real quick.
He would have been home real quick, and yeah.
So then he wouldn't have to worry about the suitors. So you know, it's the pride of Odysseus. He was done following Agamemnon, but for good reason. Like
it was.
So, but yeah. Oh God, so good. And I will be seeing it multiple more times, especially now that, hey, cool news. I just found out that like the movie theater 5 minutes away, that also happens to be a really cheap movie theater, just upgraded their projectors as part of like a new initiative that AMC is doing. They're calling it Laser at AMC. They've got like new projectors. And so for the first time in years, the movies at that theater don't look like faded pieces of crap. So, and I have lots of AMC gift cards. So like, I can go see the Odyssey a bunch of times now. So yeah. So that'll be fun. Um, so yeah. So coming up next week, we're gonna dive into the first 8 episodes of Outlander season 4. Um, and yeah, diving back into that. Have you started yet? Jared?
No, that's on my agenda now that we've. I was about to start before we shifted gears to the Odyssey, but now I will get started in earnest this week. I saw our friend Eric Monroe had messaged us on Blue Sky that he's decided to watch along with us, so he watched the season 4 and is now stopping to wait for us to catch, to talk about season 4 before moving on to season 5. Would love to see him in the chat. He sends his regrets he wasn't able to join us for today's discussion of the Odyssey.
I'm glad that actually things worked out the way they did, because now he won't miss the Outlander discussion.
Exactly. Yeah. And of course we are also planning later this month to talk about Brady's going to think about watching the Odyssey again tonight. I hope you enjoy it, my friend. It's especially if you get to see it in the biggest screen possible. But we will also later this month be talking about House of the Dragon season 3 when that season wraps up. 2 more episodes, including the one tonight. And then we will eventually also get to movies like Project Hail Mary, and you had mentioned Girls Like Girls, which I had a chance to see, and I've now actually seen 3 times because I love that movie. And I know you had at one point wanted to circle back to Mortal Kombat, the original. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Yeah, we had to push that. Just because I made some scheduling snafus, all because I wanted to wait for the 4K version, and now I'll have had plenty of time to watch that many times. But yeah, we are going to circle back to that because, oh my God, I love that movie so much. So yeah, lots of fun stuff on the horizon, and yeah. So I'm just looking at the schedule now. Yeah. So yeah, next week I'm really looking forward to it because like we're starting a new era on Outlander with season 4. So yeah. Oh God, and which that just reminded me of something I was trying to. Something connected with that show, and I don't know. I forgot what it was. It's getting late, y'all. We've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. So. But I'll remember it when we discuss it next week. But yeah, so I think that's it. I don't think we have a. I will say, Jared, I love the your poster of choice for your background.
Yeah. So I mean, I have all of these Star Wars. People have seen it, but I have all of the Star Wars movie posters here on my wall. All of the 9 Skywalker saga movies, including over here, the Phantom Menace.
There we go.
I've thought about trying to add Solo and Rogue One and a couple of the others to my collection, but for now, I don't have enough wall space, so it's just the 9. But there's some of my favorite possessions, and I'm glad that it worked out because we ended up doing like 3 hours worth of the stream with me on my phone because I was running diagnostics on my computer. I think it's a battery issue because
holding it with your hand this whole time.
I mean, I'm resting my hand on the.
I'm sorry, man. I thought at least you had it like set down on the counter something. I feel really guilty about that. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. This is the second time we've had technical issues where I think with our Mask of Zorro discussion, there was like a thunderstorm and a power outage, and so I finished on my phone. And by the end of that stream that we did with our friend Aaron, I was actually sitting in the dark because we didn't have lights otherwise. In this case, at least we still have light, but I did, as I joked, even though I'm very upset that my computer is apparently like going to need a full like reboot, and I got to try to get like the files I need off of it, and I need it for work. But it was kind of darkly amusing that I had just finished like praising Matt Damon as Odysseus, and then literally as soon as I finished, it seems like Zeus and Poseidon conspired to nuke my computer as punishment for defying the gods.
Well, hopefully everything's okay with. Hopefully you figure out what's going on with your equipment, because yeah.
I will definitely have a working computer by our discussion next week, even if I have to buy a new one. But God, I hope I don't, because like I said, I got a lot of important stuff on here.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, and thank you for joining us, Brady. It was great to have you in the discussion tonight. Yeah. Well, you're simultaneously making me feel guilty about the fact that I haven't been on Force Center as much lately as as I have been in the past. But
it's been kind of a quieter period for Star Wars. Although later this week we're getting the Ninth Jedi series finally.
Is it coming up already?
August 5th, which they're releasing all 8 episodes at once, so it'll be kind of we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that's right. I'm bummed about that.
But on August 5th is not, if that's not the only great show that's releasing on August 5th, because we're also getting season 4 of Ted Lasso on that date, and so yeah,
which I'm so excited about now, because before I was a little not grumpy, but like I didn't want to jump into like anticipation for it right away, because I had just finished all 3 seasons of the show, and it felt like it was such a great closing of the story that I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to jump into like, it feels like the new season is like a whole new book, basically, to make like literary comparisons, or a whole new series that, like in a, so I don't know, whatever comparison you want to make. But I've had some time now, and I watched like I think before my trip I watched the first teaser, and then just yesterday I watched the second trailer that came out, and I feel like I'm sufficiently hyped up now. I'm ready for like a new story with our friends from Richmond. And so yeah, so I'm excited. I need Ted back in my life.
Yes. That trailer actually, the most recent trailer got me kind of emotional at the end when when Coach Beard echoes Danny Rojas's famous words, "Football is life," and I was just like, I can't wait to be back in this world with these characters.
All right. Well, I think that's it. Thank you, Brady, and everybody else who either tuned in with us live or is watching later. If you enjoyed this stream, please hit the subscribe button and join us next week for Outlander season 4. Yeah, and until then, I don't know, what do we want to say for this? For this one,
for the final words, I don't know, a face, a fleet, a war.
Oh yeah, okay. Real quick, I'm just gonna say like props to what's his name? Travis Scott.
Yeah, Travis Scott.
Yeah, fucking great.
Yes.
In his recital of especially I like when they come back to him later on and he actually says, Muse sing of a face.
Yes.
So, where we actually get the Muse part, which I thought was great, but he does a great job of like setting up the movie and just having a lot of presence. And then even though the final song over the end credits wasn't really my wouldn't have been my choice. I respected for what it was doing, and I thought like his vocals for that were really fitting. And so, yeah, great job. He added so much to the film. So yeah, want to make sure that we call him out before we wrap
Yeah.
this up.
Yeah, I really enjoyed having his presence in the movie, especially when people, again, doubting Nolan were like, well, why would he cast Travis Scott? Isn't he just a rapper? And it's like, just a rapper? Only one of the more talented rappers of his generation. And Nolan has been talked about like how rap is kind of like the modern version of epic poetry. So he wanted to draw that illusion. And there was a fun story about Travis Scott's grandmother was a teacher who made him read the Odyssey when he was younger, and then he gets cast in the movie, and she's basically like, "See, this is why I made you read the classics." And so it was. So again, I thought he was a very enjoyable presence, and yes, his refrain of a face, a fleet, a war, a man, a thought, a trick, to break the walls of Troy and burn it screaming to the ground. And just like it really does kind of get you in the cadence of the film. And I love that it basically opens and closes on that
It's so much so that on my second viewing of the film, I got there late and I missed that opening. And I actually went into it after the movie finished. I went into another theater where it was getting ready to start, sat there until I could hear that opening because it didn't feel like I had had the proper full experience of the movie by missing those opening minutes. So yeah, that's how great of a job he did of setting the tone for the film. So yeah, okay. So we briefly just reopened our discussion of the movie, and now we'll close it for real.
Yes, and I will just say that after years of streaming together, no one can keep Jared and Gwen from talking for 4.5 hours about movie, not even the gods.
Exactly. All right. Have a great night, guys. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.